Good afternoon. Welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, November the 18th, 2014. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Supervisor Avalos. Avalos present. Supervisor Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos. Campos not present. President Chu.
Present.
Chu present. Supervisor Cohen.
Present.
Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell.
Present.
Farrell present. Supervisor Kim. Kim present. Supervisor Marr.
Here.
Marr present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Wiener.
Present.
Wiener present. Supervisor Yee.
Present.
Yee present. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
As did last week. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Colleagues, we have our October 7th, 2014 board meeting minutes. Could I have a motion to approve those minutes? Motion by Supervisor Marr, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Without objection, those meeting minutes are approved. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
Yes, Mr. President, I've received a communication from the Office of Supervisor Campos that he will not be present in the chamber today.
And with that, why don't we go to our 2 p.m. special order? Madam Clerk.
The first item of business is the mayor's appearance before the board. No questions were submitted from eligible supervisors representing the even districts. The Honorable Mayor Lee is present in the chamber and is welcome to address the Board of Supervisors for up to 5 minutes.
Under our city charter, the mayor is to appear in front of our board once a month. And with that, I welcome Mayor Lee, if you have any comments you'd like to make.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Chu, members of the board, and thank you for our residents being here today as well. Since there are no formal questions, what I want to do is just say thank you to the Board of Supervisors for working with me on so many important measures that were passed by our voters last election. We have a very strong foundation going forward for the next 25 years for our Children's Fund and our Public Education Enrichment Fund. You have my promise to continue that foundation and provide the programs to support for families. We, of course, passed a very difficult but successful transportation bond, and I want to work with all of you to reduce traffic fatalities in the city, so a strong commitment on all the projects identified for Vision Zero. There's some 40 of them now. We have made progress and completed 9 of them, and we will be completing even more aggressively these pedestrian safety programs. We have passed a strong parks measure that helps with families yet again, and we have an embraced housing goal of 30,000 units of housing, with at least a third of them permanently affordable to low income, and we will be aggressive in building that housing. Finally, I just want to say again thank you for the entire board for joining me in raising our city's minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2018. This is all part of a very strong affordability agenda, and I look forward to working with all of you. With that, I will also say congratulations to our Department of Animal Care and Control. They have, with their friends, identified today as the Mayor of San Francisco for Frida Day, so I'm going to go out and take a picture of our favorite dog and make sure we support our Animal Care and Control division. With that, going back to work, and thank you very much. Congratulations to all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with that, why don't we go to our consent agenda? Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, as Supervisor Campos is not in the chamber, if he is not excused, I will call his name and he will be marked absent.
Is there a motion to excuse Supervisor Campos? Motion by Supervisor Farrell, seconded by Supervisor Kim. Without objection, Supervisor Campos is excused. And with that, why don't we go to our consent agenda, items 1 through 13.
Thank you. Items 1 through 13 comprise the consent calendar. These items are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Colleagues, would anyone like to sever any of these items? With that, roll call vote on items 1 through 13.
Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed? Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Those ordinances are passed, resolutions adopted, and motions approved. Item 14.
Item 14 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to amend the definition of formula retail and large-scale controls.
Roll call vote.
On item 14, Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener? Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed? Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The ordinance is finally passed. Item 15.
Item 15 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to authorize the Director of Health to enter into managed care contracts for the provision of services to individuals covered under federal and state programs.
Colleagues, same house, same call. This ordinance is passed on the first reading. Next item.
Items 16 and 17, Mr. President, are two resolutions to retroactively authorize the Recreation and Park Department to accept and expend a grant of $117,000 from A. Ruiz Construction Company and Associates for improvements to pathways, and a grant of $248,000 from O.C. Jones and Son for the renovation of the baseball diamond at Hertz Playground for the period of March 26, 2014 through May 31, 2014.
Colleagues, same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 18, resolution to retroactively authorize the Department of Public Health to accept and expend a grant in the amount of $799,000 from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to participate in a program entitled Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health, Heart Healthy SF.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 19, resolution to support the consolidated plan goals for the federal funding for the fiscal year 2015 through 16 Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, and the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 20 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to provide a streetlight policy.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this legislation will, for the first time, put into place clear policies and directives around the streetlight system in San Francisco. As you know, streetlights and the level of lighting on our streets have a direct impact on the lives of everyone in our city. They enhance public safety and neighborhood quality of life. They support an active nighttime environment. But our streetlight system, unfortunately, is failing and has been failing for quite some time. San Francisco's existing streetlights are old. They were installed in an era when our streets were envisioned more as freeways for the sole purpose of moving car traffic along, and they have many millions of dollars of deferred maintenance. My office, and I'm sure all of your offices as well, receive frequent phone calls and emails from constituents concerned over the lack of lighting along a particular street, or a street light that's been burned out for weeks, or a street light that is so tall because it's focused more on lighting the street as opposed to the sidewalk that a street tree blocks the light from reaching the sidewalk. A well-maintained streetlight system is a very important priority for this city, and yet our streetlight system continues to struggle. We really do not have a proactive effort to modernize or upgrade our streetlight system. One of the challenges for the public and for our city agencies as well is even figuring out who owns what particular streetlight, whether it's the San Francisco PUC or PG&E. Currently, about 60% of streetlights are maintained by the city, and 40% are maintained and owned by PG&E. I've held two oversight hearings at the Land Use Committee on streetlights over the last few years, and one of the significant issues that we've identified has been inconsistent maintenance practices between the PUC and PG&E, and the challenge that our residents often have in trying to even figure out who or where to call when a light needs service. Last year, a street light on Guerrero Street collapsed and fell over into the middle of the street. Luckily, no one was injured. When the PUC investigated, it found that the entire corridor on Guerrero from Market Street to Cesar Chavez Street was each and every light needed to be replaced. They were deteriorated and in terrible shape. This is a public safety issue that we absolutely should not have. Unfortunately, when the PUC did replace those lights, it did so without converting them to pedestrian scale lighting and without upgrading them to LED technology. This is an example of a major missed opportunity. We should be upgrading to LED to save energy and to increase lighting levels, and we should be transitioning our street light system to provide better lighting for pedestrians on sidewalks. The city's response to streetlight issues is both piecemeal and reactive. We haven't even allocated necessary resources to think long-term. The PUC, until very recently, was spending a mere $250,000 a year to maintain almost 25,000 streetlights. Earlier this year, I worked closely with the mayor's office and the PUC to identify $9 million in new funds to help deal with some of the massive deferred maintenance on our streetlights. And that is a step forward, but it is not enough. Today's legislation will provide a policy framework for how the city addresses its streetlights. This is a vision for our streetlight system. It's a policy that will apply to all agencies, including the SF Public Utilities Commission and other agencies doing street projects. It clearly defines that it is the city's policy to have a single municipally owned and managed streetlight system. In other words, it will make it the official policy of San Francisco for the PUC eventually to acquire PG&E streetlights. It will make it the official policy of San Francisco to include pedestrian level lighting when there is a need to do so. It will make it official city policy to upgrade all of our streetlights to LED lighting. And it will provide a clear and consistent time frame for responding to maintenance issues, specifically 48 hours from the reporting of a burned out light to the light being fixed. Colleagues, I ask for your support today, and I want to thank Supervisor Cohen and Supervisor Breed for their co-sponsorship.
Colleagues, can we take this item same house, same call? Without objection, this ordinance is passed on first reading. Item 21.
Item 21 is a resolution to grant revocable permission to Recology to occupy a portion of the public right-of-way to construct and maintain various improvements for the below-grade automated waste collection system to be located within the Candlestick Point, Hunters Point, Phase 2 redevelopment project areas and making the requisite findings.
Colleagues, same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 22, resolution to grant revocable permission to Avalon Bay Communities to occupy a portion of the public right-of-way to construct and maintain improvements within Hickory Street between Octavia and Laguna Streets and making the required findings.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Mr. President, items 23 and 24 together. Item 23 and 24 are two resolutions that authorize the fire department to donate an obsolete ambulance and 30 obsolete self-contained breathing apparatuses, respectively, to the Emergency Medical Services Academy and the Fire Sciences Program of City College of San Francisco.
Colleagues, same house, same call. These resolutions are adopted. Item 25.
Item 25 is a resolution to determine that the issuance of a Type 64 General Theater liquor license to 533 Sutter Street will serve the public convenience.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 26, resolution to urge the successful resolution of negotiations between the San Francisco Unified School District and the United Educators of San Francisco to avoid a strike and an interruption to the education of San Francisco students.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 27, ordinance to amend the administrative code to authorize the Department of Public Health to designate a city department to carry out various functions in the administration of the catastrophic illness program for city employees and their family members.
Same house, same call. This measure is passed. Next item.
Item 28, ordinance to amend the Environment Code to revise the composition and meeting schedule requirements for the Urban Forestry Council.
Same house, same call. This ordinance is passed in the first read. Next item.
Item 29 is a motion to appoint Deborah Hardy and Ulash Thakor Dunlap to the Mental Health Board, term ending January 31st, 2016.
Same house, same call. This motion is approved. And with that, it is precisely 2:30. We have two special accommodations today. The first will be offered by Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Chu. I want to see if the members of the Presidio Restoration Advisory Board are here. Please come on up. So I'll begin talking as they come up to the podium. Please come on up to the podium here. Colleagues, as we all know, in 1994, the Army left the Presidio after 150 years of occupancy and left a ton of environmental issues to be resolved by members of the community. In 1999, the Presidio Trust and National Park Service and the Army signed an agreement transferring responsibility of cleanup to the Presidio Trust. And with the help of multiple government agencies, private organizations, and public groups, began an environmental remediation program that has transformed, as so many other things have transformed our Presidio over the past few decades, into an amazing asset for our city and for our country. And key to that success was the formation and citizens volunteering on behalf of our city for the Presidio Restoration Advisory Board. These members served as an exchange of information. Earlier this year, they held their final meeting after a culmination of 20 years. And we talk a lot about public service and volunteer efforts, and I think this is almost tough to grasp, being involved for that long and all of your hard service. Certainly someone who grew up, my father was in the military. I used the Presidio Army Base, the PX, the commissary where Sports Spaceman is. I do remember shopping there for groceries, and that people spent so long taking such care of the Presidio and really shaping it to be what it is today. It's just heartfelt thanks. A few highlights I wanted to mention of their work include a removal of 19,000 yards of lead and petroleum contaminated sediment from Mountain Lake, removal of 32,000 yards of landfill and incinerator waste, and reestablishment of several hundred feet of creek channel in the headwaters of the Presidio's watershed, capping a former 5-acre landfill to support a public field. Thank you on behalf of my children who play there. Excavation of 20,000 yards of petroleum and solvent impacted soil in support of fresh and saltwater marsh expansion. Giving the incredible undertaking that not only the Presidio has gone through, but through so many people and agencies, but in particular these volunteers, I thought it was really appropriate that we honor them here at the Board of Supervisors chambers at the culmination of all of your efforts. I want to recognize a few people who are not here, a number of individuals who were very instrumental. Jan Blum, Doug Kern, Sam Berman, John Boudreau, Edward Callanan Jr., John Chester, Gerald Dodson, Gloria Gee, Julia Holtgren, Jim Ketchum, Tony Kramer, Barbara Newton, and Sarah Siegel. And then the three members who are here, Mark Youngkin, Jan Monahan, and Julie Cheever. Thank you on behalf of our entire city. As someone who's been in the Presidio my entire life, thank you. It is, through the efforts of so many, but in particular yours, a jewel, and will be for generations of San Franciscans and people in the Bay Area and our country. But really for us, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for all of your efforts. Please know how much we all appreciate it, and it's what makes San Francisco tick and so great. I want to thank you and offer you the chance to say a few words, but thank you so much.
Participation experience for us. And I think to some extent we felt we represented a feeling in San Francisco and the greater Bay Area of really caring about a new national park and a clean environment. So we're just three of about 88 people who served on this board over the 20 years, although the three of us all happen to have served either 19 or 20 years. And Mark was our chairperson for 18 of those years and did a great deal of research that was very instrumental in bringing about the cleanup.
And we just, at the conclusion of our board, we'd just like to stress the importance of citizen involvement and community oversight in the process at the Presidio and how effective it was in changing the outcome of the cleanup and making the Presidio a successful place. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry. This is for you. Thank you. Can we take a quick picture? Sure. Hold on, can you just...
Oh, here's a former.
Okay, come on. Because I recognize. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. And in case anyone's wondering who let the dogs out, I'm going to ask Supervisor Wiener and Tang to make the next presentation. Supervisors.
Okay, and I guess Frida is in the house. So Frida, you want to come on up? And Dean? There we go. First, we went from one mayor to another mayor. Colleagues, as you know, Supervisor Tang and I have been working very, very hard with the community to try to improve our support for animal care and control. Animal care and control, of course, is our city agency that is charged with animal welfare in San Francisco, with addressing the needs of abused and neglected and abandoned animals. It is our social safety net organization for animals in San Francisco. And unfortunately, animal care and control has really not been adequately funded or staffed for a long time, and we see the results every day, and we're working to try to change that. And recently, Friends of Animal Care and Control, a wonderful nonprofit organization that raises money to support the work of the agency and is really a critical ally to animal care and control, held its 25th anniversary gala, and Supervisor Tang and I both had the honor of attending. And Dean Clark here today very generously supported that event on behalf of Frida, his dog. Dean has been a long time active member of our dog and animal lover community and has been just a strong supporter of various organizations. And so we wanted to bring him in today and honor him, and particularly honor Mayor Frida, Mayor or Madam Mayor, or the Honorable Mayor Frida, as Dean likes to call her. She is a rescue dog, as you can see. She is a well-dressed and I'll say very well-behaved Chihuahua with the perfect balance of sass and smarts and sweetness. Although her term in City Hall is short-lived and Mayor Lee will continue after Frida is done, her message is, of course, timeless, that we need to support animal care and control. And so, Mayor Frida, we want to welcome you, and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Tang. I want to acknowledge Miriam Saez from Animal Care and Control, who is here. And so I'll turn it over now to Supervisor Tang.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Thank you, Mayor Frida, for being here today. I think you have more cameras on you than some other people who are here. So I think Mayor Frida is just a really great example of how much rescue animals can add to our lives. I know this because my family, we adopted a dog from Animal Care Control about 6 years ago, and I really can't imagine our family without Mishka. So we really want to thank Dean for being an advocate, of course. Thank you for your support of our city's own animal shelter here. Like Dean, our office is a huge supporter of ACC. We're especially proud of this organization, and what makes them so unique is that not only can you adopt cats and dogs, but you can also adopt birds, reptiles, rabbits, guinea pigs, and almost any other domesticated animal you can imagine. Consider Pineapple, the cockatoo. ACC brought in Pineapple last year, and she's actually been their spokesbird ever since. In fact, she even joined our office in hosting our annual free movie night series, Movies in McCoppin, and she helped us spread awareness about the great work of ACC. So I do want to thank Jane Tobin and Lisa Stanziano. They are the co-presidents of the Friends of ACC. They've been really wonderful partners with the department. And of course, Miriam Saez, welcome as our acting director of ACC. And so in closing, I just wanted to extend to Mayor Frida and Dean a special invitation. We actually have a party in our office every December. It's our second annual 12 Days of Kittens, and we host our furry animals from ACC, and they're available for adoption, and so we'd like Mayor Frida to join us if she'd like to. So with that, thank you very much for all of your work and your contributions to our wonderful organization.
Want to bark? Come on, say something. I know how to get her to bark. Anybody want to applaud? That's about as close to a bark as you're going to get. Sorry. She's very well mannered.
Is it okay if I get in the picture? Is that okay if I? No.
And Mary, you too.
She's like this all the time. She's just really laid back. Sweet. Thanks, Katie. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Supervisors Wiener and Tang, and congratulations to Mayor Frieda. With that, colleagues, why don't we skip over our 3 p.m. special order until 3 p.m. and proceed to our committee reports, which are items 41 and 42, the Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. Madam Clerk.
Items 41 and 42 were considered by the Budget and Finance Committee at a special meeting on Monday, November 17th. The committee forwarded the items as committee reports. They were recommended as amended, but with the same title. Item 41 is an ordinance to amend the police code to regulate the operation of formula retail establishments, including requiring employers to offer additional hours of work when available to current part-time employees and requiring successor employers to retain employees for 90 days upon a change in control of business. Item 42 is the ordinance to amend the police code to require formula retail establishments to provide employees with 2 weeks' notice of work schedules, notice of changes to work schedules, and compensation for schedule changes made on less than 7 days' notice and unused on-call shifts, and to provide part-time employees with the same starting rate of hourly pay, access to time off, and eligibility for promotions as provided to full-time employees.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, colleagues. I wanted to first start off by saying thank you so much to President David Chu and our co-sponsors, Supervisor Avalos and Supervisor Campos, for their support of this, what we feel is a groundbreaking piece of legislation, Formula Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. I'd also like to thank our city attorneys, Francesca Gessner, Joshua White, for drafting the ordinance and hours of time spent on this. And a shout out to our recently retired Deputy City Attorney, Paula Jessen, who began working on this ordinance quite a while ago, many months ago. Finally, I'd like to thank Donald Levitt from our Office of Labor Standards Enforcement for helping to refine both laws and for advice all along the way as well. All families need strong wages, stable hours, and sane schedules to build a good life in San Francisco. However, many of our neighbors who serve our food, stock our shelves, and sweep our floors have jobs that grant too few hours on too short notice and require them to be at the beck and call of their employer. In San Francisco, we've been experiencing an extreme economic crisis for working families, with inequality growing at one of the fastest rates anywhere. This is due in part to the influx of higher income professional workers, particularly in the tech sector, but it's also due to the steady growth of workers in low-wage service sector jobs and the poor quality of those jobs. Thousands of part-time workers don't just live paycheck to paycheck, but also hour to hour because of abusive on-call scheduling and a lack of job equity for part-time and on-call workers. Our communities have been grappling with these economic challenges, including the spike in housing costs and resulting displacement of low and moderate income residents and families from our city. Members of my own family work and have worked for large retail chains like the Gap and Starbucks, J.Crew, Macy's, and they've faced abusive on-call scheduling, a lack of hours, and no predictable scheduling. I've also heard from a mother of 3 who worked as a kitchen worker for 2 different McDonald's restaurants in San Francisco for 10 years. And we've heard many stories in our committee hearings over and over again documenting the impacts on many workers in our city, many of them women and largely from immigrant and communities of color. But this one mother of 3 going to work every day was difficult for her due to the regular verbal abuse and demeaning treatment from her manager and constant pressure to work faster and faster. And despite having 7 years of work experience, her manager began cutting her hours and hiring new part-time workers. This put a strain on her family as she was helping her husband support their 3 children. At the lowest point, she was only working 3 to 4 days per week and only receiving 4-hour shifts. Stressed and frustrated, she recently decided to quit and walk away from her job after 10 years. Within this context of low-wage retail workers, I've been working with a coalition of community, labor, and small business groups and aligning ourselves with President Chu and his predictable scheduling task force and a coalition of groups that he's been working with. And together we've developed a Retail Workers Bill of Rights, which is a set of innovative new policies that would support full-time employment and fair and predictable schedules for tens of thousands of low-wage retail, restaurant, and other service workers at large corporate-owned businesses. I think the estimate is over 40,000 people would be impacted. The San Francisco Planning Department completed a study of the formula retail sector, and I thank them for all the hard work on that study, and Mr. Ted Egan and others for their work in looking at the economics of it as well. So this study identified 1,250 retail chain businesses in our city that are covered by the definition. So besides Walmart and Target, it also covers fashion retailers from the Gap, Forever 21, and H&M, specialty retailers like Radio Shack and 7-Eleven, and supermarkets such as Trader Joe's, as well as all types of chain restaurants from Starbucks to McDonald's to Olive Garden. Our coalition, which has been led by Jobs with Justice, United Food and Commercial Workers, SEIU, USWW, and small businesses groups such as SF Loma, has developed the Retail Workers Bill of Rights as part of the exciting national movement spreading around this country for predictable schedules and a fair work week. My portion of the Retail Workers Bill of Rights, hours and retention protections for formula retail employees, has the following key provisions. It applies to formula retail establishments with 20 or more employees in the city. We have set the threshold at 20 or more employees within the city and county so as to avoid overburdening truly small operators such as franchises. And I thank President Chu for the hard work on identifying that and the sensitivity to smaller franchises. It also covers janitorial and security contractors as well. It's important to note that these 2 industries already have a worker retention requirement under Police Code Article 33C, and our ordinance references this requirement and provides additional protections for security and janitorial workers who are providing services to formula retail businesses. It also requires formula retail employees to first offer to current part-time employees any additional hours of work before hiring new employees or using subcontractors or temporary services or staffing agencies to do the work for the formula retail business. So this protects the right of existing part-time workers to have the option of more hours if those hours are available. The employer must make this offer in writing. This requirement would also apply to janitorial or security service contractors or subcontractors of a formula retail employer. As to work performed in San Francisco at a formula retail establishment covered by the ordinance under a contract with the formula retail employer. The requirement also applies to employers when the current workers are qualified to do the work as reasonably determined by the employer, and the work is the same or similar to the work the employees have performed at the formula retail business. The employer is required to offer only the number of hours that the employee requires in order to work 35 hours a week. If a formula retail business changes ownership, so this is the worker retention part of it, if a formula retail or a chain business changes ownership, the new formula retail employer must retain for 90 days the employees who worked for the old formula retail employer for at least 6 months, other than supervisory, managerial, or confidential employees. It prohibits formula retail employers or any other party to take adverse action against any person in retaliation for exercising their rights under the ordinance. The Retail Workers' Bill of Rights, I feel, is an important complement to our raising of the $15 minimum wage in our city, as it will be phased in, the strongest minimum wage measure in this country. Together, these two key workers' rights measures can provide real economic security to tens of thousands of retail, restaurant, and other service workers. The measures are key pieces to closing the unacceptable economic divide in our city. It narrowly targets those businesses that are documented perpetrators of abusive employer practices and that can afford to easily implement these common sense regulations. Janitorial and security contractors are only covered when they're under contract to provide services to formula retail businesses. These are services that are considered integral to the operation of these formula retail businesses, and as such, their workers deserve the same level of protection. At this time, I'd like to introduce two small amendments. Our two ordinances raise the bar for a large number of employees in the city, negatively impacting our small business sector, and I urge your support for both. I think the amendments were made at the committee level, and I think what we're now viewing is what's been amended after many hours and many committee meetings as well. So I urge strong support for both of these, and I think in many ways I wanted to praise the work of President Chu and the coalition for bringing us all together with supporting both of these important pieces of legislation. Thank you.
Apologies, President Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I am also excited to move forward the San Francisco Retail Worker Bill of Rights, and in particular, our ordinance for predictable scheduling and fair treatment of formula retail employees. And certainly want to thank Supervisor Marr and his leadership with the Coalition of Worker Advocates that he worked with. I also want to take a moment and thank the many worker advocates that have been working with me for the better part of a year, including Next Generation, the Employment Law Center, UFCW, SEIU, janitors, restaurant workers, other representatives from labor, our deputy city attorneys, Francesca Gessner and Joshua White, as well as employers who have been at the table. And I also want to just take a moment and thank my aide, Samantha Rojas, for herding cats in this legislation. Our ordinance, if it is enacted, would be the first in the country to deal with the issue of unpredictable schedules and unfair last-minute on-call practices that have significantly impacted hourly low-wage workers. Over a year and a half ago, we proposed San Francisco's family-friendly workplace ordinance, and last year, thanks to the support of all of you, San Francisco became the first city in the United States to establish the right of parents and caregivers to request flexible workplace arrangements. And I'm proud that this past summer, President Obama issued an executive order providing the same right to 2 million federal workers. And I want to thank the Coalition of Working Family Advocates who worked with my office to get this done. As part of the initial draft of last year's family-friendly legislation, we had included provisions to address predictability, but the topic was so challenging that I decided to convene a table of labor, working family advocates, and employers to address this topic. And for the better part of this year, we have convened this table. We learned how unpredictable schedules and last-minute on-call practices threatens economic security, creates work-family challenges, particularly around childcare, and undermines worker health and well-being. We also heard about best practices from excellent local employers who figured out how to manage predictable schedules that help the bottom lines of our companies. Many of our largest chain stores and international corporations, which in San Francisco are known as formula retail establishments, have the ability to provide more predictable schedules with sophisticated just-in-time scheduling technologies that can generate schedules based on customer flow projections. I think we all know, colleagues, that while our economy has been doing well for many, we still have too many workers and too many families who are struggling in the midst of our city's affordability crisis, who struggle in low-wage jobs with unpredictable shifts and part-time limbo, and who have barriers to solid career ladders. We've heard from part-time workers who can't tell their families in any week how long they will work, how much they will earn, who struggle to juggle multiple jobs when work hours are unpredictable. And while San Francisco has been a national leader for a living wage, and I want to congratulate all of us, and I want to thank the voters of San Francisco for passing the highest minimum wage in the country just a few weeks ago, a higher minimum wage is not enough to lift families and individuals in our growing city out of poverty. These efforts need to be complemented with fair, predictable schedules. Our ordinance does four main things. It requires formula retail employers to post schedules 14 days in advance. It discourages erratic schedule changes and cancellations by requiring employers to provide additional predictability pay to workers for last-minute schedule changes, specifically 1 hour of predictability pay if changes are made in the last 7 days of a schedule, 2 to 4 hours of pay if changes are made in the last 24 hours, similar to reporting pay time required by the state. Third, it discourages the use of on-call shifts by requiring employers to provide workers with extra predictability pay for on-call shifts canceled at the last minute. And then lastly, it provides part-time workers with equal access to promotions, hourly wages, and time off. I want to just take a moment and reflect on the fact that this has been a long process of working with labor, with worker advocates, and with representatives of employers and business. I believe that our legislation reflects the balance that we were able to achieve for the better part of a year. That being said, I do know that there have been some questions about things, and I look forward to having this discussion today at the board, and I do hope that we'll be able to move forward so that San Francisco can continue to be a national leader when it comes to standing up for our workers.
Thank you, President Chu. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank both President Chu and Supervisor Marr for moving this conversation forward. This is a very important issue, and I think it's a growing one in terms of ensuring that people have access not just to work, but to work that actually pays a living wage and a wage where people can actually survive and raise families. And certainly the number of hours that people work is an important part of that. You can have a good hourly wage, and if you're not working very many hours, it's not going to really do you very much good. So this is an important piece of legislation. I do think that whatever one's view on this legislation, this is legislation that deserves the fullest possible dialogue. I will say that I've had some frustrations in the last few weeks, the last month, as this has come forward to the to committee and to the full board, that it seems like we have ships passing in the night in terms of the business community and some of the supporters of the legislation. I don't fully understand why. This seems like a piece of legislation that, as with the minimum wage, as with the healthcare security ordinance, should be able to be resolved in a way that can get the broadest possible support. I don't pretend to know exactly why that hasn't happened, but for whatever reason, it hasn't. There's a lot that I support in this legislation, and this is legislation that I can support. I would like to see an additional week to try to give both sides an opportunity to try to work towards a resolution. And so I'd like to make a motion to continue this 1 week. I also, if that, regardless of whether the motion to continue passes or fails, I do have one amendment that I would like to offer, and that is specifically because this legislation is keyed to formula retail. In San Francisco, formula retail is defined as having 11 or more establishments, and we've just expanded that, or when the mayor signs it, or 30 days thereafter, it will be 11 establishments worldwide. That sweeps in a number of businesses that are really small businesses, often San Francisco native businesses that have done well and that have hit the 11 mark. And so there are a number, and we all, I think, can think of examples of these businesses where they have achieved technically formula retail status, but they are not the types of large companies that I think the proponents of this legislation have in mind. And so the amendment that I'll offer, and I've been told I can do this as an oral amendment, is for both pieces of legislation to have it begin at 20 stores in 20 locations worldwide instead of the typical 11 for formula retail. And so those are the two motions that I'd like to make, first to continue and then to make that one amendment as I've stated.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. First, we have a motion on the floor to continue both items to our board meeting next Tuesday, November 25th. Do I have a second? Take the amendments? Okay. Why don't we take the amendments first? First, we have a motion to amend both items per Supervisor Wiener's comments. So I have a second. Second by Supervisor Tang. Discussion on that motion. Supervisor Marr.
If we're starting to talk about the motions, the motion to continue, I would urge my colleagues not to support. I know that often more time allows better dialogue, but parts of this legislation was introduced in July. There have been plenty of discussions from meetings with everyone across the table. I know President Chu has been working closely with many different parties, as has my office. And I know that there's been good discussion with 2 different budget meetings where we've gone through quite a bit of the legislation as well. So I would strongly urge my colleagues not to continue this for one more week. I know that there's a number of amendments or another amendment that may be made right now, but my hope is that we vote this up or down today and for second reading next week, given the departure of our president in the short few days in office in San Francisco as he moves on to Sacramento as well.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I do have a question for Supervisor Chu in terms of his piece of this package here. I know that on page 12, starting on line 8, where it talks about if there are any potential conflicts with a family-friendly workplace ordinance, which you actually had authored. On the one hand, we obviously want to allow for predictability in work schedules for our workers, but on the other hand, allow them the flexibility if there are any sort of family issues that come up. And so at the moment, the legislation states that this particular ordinance trumps the family-friendly workplace ordinance. And so I wanted to see if we can make an amendment to make it such that the family-friendly workplace ordinance actually takes precedence over this one, if there are any conflicts, that is.
That's fine.
President Chu.
So this is a topic that the worker advocates that we have been working with have discussed quite a bit, because I think what we're all trying to achieve is to help particularly hourly and low-wage workers both have some flexibility when it comes to their hours, and that was the legislation we moved last year. But also, if they're told that in a particular week they're going to have certain hours, that they know those are the hours that they're going to work and that that's not canceled. And it was pointed out that there could be an inherent tension when it comes to that. And so we ought to resolve that tension in one direction. That being said, Supervisor Marr and I just caucused, and we're okay with the suggestion that we flip it in the direction that you're talking about. So if that's something you want to do.
All right. Thank you very much. And so I make that motion to make that amendment to page 12. I guess it would be line 11 to say that the requirements of Chapter 12Z of the Administrative Code shall prevail.
Okay, Supervisor Tang has made a motion on item number 42. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second it.
Second by President Chu. Any discussion on that motion? Why don't we move on? Supervisor Wiener. Okay, Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. I actually have 2 amendments to the legislation that I'd like to propose, both to delete the requirements that contractors such as security guards and janitors comply with this ordinance. I know this is a major concern of the Small Business Commission, particularly because these contracting companies have not been heavily engaged in this legislative process. It will also be very difficult for the contractors to know when they are and when they are not contracting with a formula retailer as opposed to a regular retailer. This legislation rightly places responsibilities upon formula retailers, but transferring those responsibilities by default to their contractors seems unfair and imposes conditions upon them based on circumstances far beyond their control. This is a very personal issue for me because these janitorial and security contractors are often some of the only companies that hire from my community, and they hire those who have little professional experience or other employment barriers. I don't want to see anything get in the way and provide any further barriers to that. So my motion is to delete section 3300F.3E from Ordinance 14 0880 and the section 3300G.4G from Ordinance 141024. These are on pages 6, lines 4 through 13, and on page 9, lines 13 of 23 of the second piece of legislation. So that's one of the requested amendments I have. The second that I have is to I think this is definitely groundbreaking legislation. I'm actually excited for what's to come to support many of these employees who continue to deal with issues with their employer around scheduling and some of the other things that this addresses. But this is also a new legislation process involved, and my concern about allowing non-city attorneys to litigate on this matter when it's not completely have been vetted in that sense concerns me. And I think that one of the other recommendations for the Small Business Commission has been to remove the private right of action and to only allow the city to address these level of issues. And I do support removing the private right of action from this legislation as well. So I hope, colleagues, you will support my suggestions for these two amendments.
Okay, Supervisor Bree has made two amendments. Let's take the first one regarding contractors. Do I have a second to that amendment? A second by Supervisor Tang. Discussion on that item?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Deputy City Attorney John Givner. Just to clarify Supervisor Breed's amendment, you mentioned a few specific sections where the janitorial and security service contractors are covered. There are one or two other sections in the ordinance in item number 42 where janitorial and security service contractor employees are also mentioned. I understand your amendment is to remove coverage of those employees altogether from both ordinances.
Yes, okay. For contractors specifically.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Supervisor Breed's first amendment on the floor. Let's get the second one on the floor if we can. Supervisor Breed's second amendment regarding the private right of action. Do I have a second to that? Second by Supervisor Tang. Okay, further discussion on these amendments. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say that I'm adamantly opposed to eliminating janitorial and security workers from our broad Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. They do extremely hard work. Their services, again, it's only for janitorial and service security contractors that are covered when they are under contract to provide these services to formula retail businesses. It's not the broad range of them, but only when they're providing these services to like a mall or to the formula retail businesses. And also when the services are considered integral to the operation of these formula retail businesses. So they're part and parcel of the whole formula retail businesses in my view, and those workers deserve the same protections as any other retail workers in my opinion. This is a key part and foundation of the Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. To cut out these hardworking janitors and security workers really would severely weaken the Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. So I urge opposition to that amendment.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I also am opposed to that First Amendment regarding janitorial and security workers. I used to work at a union and organizing with janitors and security officers as well. And we would actually go to sites that were non-union in buildings that were formula retail buildings or office buildings. And we often found that the workers there had schedules that were completely unorganized. They didn't know what was going to happen from one day to the next. Often people were not getting even paid minimum wage, but were getting paid for the area that they covered, and they would work a certain number of hours over a given area, several thousand square feet, and it wouldn't amount to a minimum wage. So there's a great deal of exploitation that is involved with these workers, and this legislation does a lot to help provide a real high standard that they can actually make a living on. And I think that we will be seriously watering down this legislation, which will affect immigrant workers who are predominantly working in the janitorial sector, and a lot of Latino and African American workers who are in the security sector.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Breed.
I think I want to stress my point, is that my concern is that many of these industries, as I said, hire from my community, people who have barriers to employment, people who sometimes are challenging to employ. And my concern is the unintended consequences of the legislation and what it might do in this particular situation. So I think my push is not necessarily to exclude them permanently, but exclude them at this time before we move this legislation forward, so that we can have an opportunity to include them in the conversation. They haven't been involved in the process. They express concerns about what this might do, and then understanding of how they implement this as it relates to formula retailers and non-formula retailers. So it doesn't mean that I'm suggesting that we permanently eliminate them from the discussion, but I think at this time it's fair to say that they clearly have not been involved in the process, and they do have some major concerns, and I think it's only fair before we move forward with this that we at least allow them an opportunity to work to provide legislation that would work for their company so that they have a better understanding of it. So that's what I'm hoping to do. I also would be fine with a continuance in order to allow for the opportunity for that to happen, which means that between now and if this legislation is continued to the following week, that would probably be sufficient time to have that discussion in order to make a determination as to whether or not this can remain or not. So either or would work for me. If we continue the legislation, I'm happy to withdraw my motion, but if we don't, then I want to keep it active. Thank you.
President Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and colleagues. Thank you for your thoughtfulness on the various amendments to the legislation. Let me just address my perspectives on what has been proposed. First of all, with regards to the motion to continue, this legislation has been, as I think many of you know, a long work in progress. The conversation really started last year during the Family-Friendly Workplace Ordinance discussion. We decided to take out the predictability provisions to defer it to legislation that we would address this year. We had at least my office convened almost a 6-month process between business, labor, and working families to work on these issues. Legislation was introduced late summer and early fall. We've had a couple of months of discussion. When we had our first meeting in budget, we were told that there were still additional questions, and we decided to hold a special meeting of the Budget Committee, and I want to thank the Budget Committee for doing that yesterday in order to address these issues. But I very much hope that we can move this forward, and I do hope to be able to vote on this legislation before I leave. That being said, I know there have been 4 amendments that have been proposed, one by Supervisor Wiener, one by Supervisor Tang, 2 by Supervisor Breed, and I'm prepared to support, I think, 3 out of the 4. Let me just mention the one that I'm not prepared to support is the amendment having to do with janitors and security guards. As Supervisors Marr and Avalos have articulated, those are employees, and we have heard loudly and clearly from them, that really have suffered from the challenges around predictability. And I think by including the exemption that we included for businesses that have less than 20 employees, we're not impacting, I think, the smallest mom-and-pop businesses that I think Supervisor Breed is concerned about, and there had been some issues over the last week and a half about whether we were including the smallest businesses or not. The legislation as it stands currently exempts businesses under 20. So again, hopefully those businesses will not be impacted. But I do think it is important for us to recognize that some of our hardest working and lowest wage workers in our city, our janitors and our security guards, deserve some predictability. I am more than happy to, if there are any additional conversations to be had, to think harder about this, but that is where I am at this point on that amendment. With regards to the other amendment, Supervisor Tang's amendment, I think we already addressed. Supervisor Marr and I had agreed that we're prepared to support prioritizing flexibility and the family-friendly workplace ordinance in this ordinance. With regard to Supervisor Wiener's suggestion that we increase the threshold to 20 of the number of businesses in town, that is not something I would have been prepared to support in the land use context in the formula retail legislation that we voted on earlier today that Supervisor Marr had authored. But I think when it comes to predictability, certainly the San Francisco Soup Kitchen, Books Inc., Phil's Coffee, we do know these are homegrown small businesses in San Francisco. And the idea that we should treat them as we treat other small businesses seems right and something I could support. And then Supervisor Breed had suggested some consistency around the private right of action to be in line with what I know Supervisors Cohen and Kim did in the ban the box legislation, what I and Supervisor Cohen did last year with the family-friendly workplace ordinance. So I am open to supporting Supervisor Breed's amendments around consistency around the private right of action.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And similarly, I will be supportive of the elimination of the private right of action to be consistent with the other legislation that President Chu just mentioned, and also on Supervisor Wiener's motion to create the 20-store threshold from 11 to 20. I think consideration for the smaller chains like the SF Soup Company and the Phil's Coffees to me makes sense, though our coalition that I've worked closely with felt that the definition of 20 employees, that threshold, was capturing the franchises. Though Wiener's amendment would further create another exemption, I'm willing to support that in consideration of the small chains that are locally based and independent, that I believe there are a number that would be impacted by this. But I'm doing my best to listen to what my colleagues are presenting, and I think that the motion from Supervisor Tang also to be consistent with the family-friendly workplace ordinance, so that if there's a conflict that arises, that would take precedent. Because President Chu is the main author of that portion of it, I'll defer to his support for our colleague Supervisor Tang's motion on that one as well. But I strongly oppose continuing, and I also oppose eliminating the hardworking janitors and custodians within many of the retail businesses that we're covering under this Formula Retail Workers' Bill of Rights.
Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. I will withdraw my motion for the removal of contractors for janitorial and security guards for now. Thank you.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. This is just a clarifying question because I wasn't involved as closely as many of my colleagues were on the debate. So when we talk about raising the threshold of formula retail to 20 within the boundary lines of the city, I guess I have two questions. One, can we do that? Because I know we had considered that in our planning code because a conditional use actually can be a burden in terms of time and uncertainty and cost, and we want to support our locally raised chain formula retail like a Phil's Coffee. But it was my understanding that we weren't able to privilege one category of businesses over another depending on where they were grown. But I guess my second question is around the question of worker predictability. I guess it's not clear to me why we would want to provide workers at our native grown formula retail less predictability than the ones that were started in other parts of this country. I guess I'm just not sure how that's helping our native grown formula retail. So those are two separate questions. I understand the argument with the CU. I know why that is a burden. I'm not sure why this would be. So my first question is to the city attorney on whether this is something that we can differentiate in this type of legislation. And I guess my second question would be to the authors as to why we should differentiate on schedule predictability and other sorts of protections that we're affording formula retail workers that work for Phil's Coffee versus a Target.
Deputy City Attorney John Givner. I actually didn't understand Supervisor Wiener's proposed amendment to single out companies or formula retail establishments that were initially based in the city, like Phil's. I think the amendment would just increase the threshold to 20 stores, 20 locations worldwide. And the reference to the local stores, as I understand it, was just an explaining why you might want to exempt those types of stores from the ordinance.
Okay, so I'm sorry then that I misheard. So the amendment is to change the definition of formula retail to 20 worldwide.
That's right.
Okay, and then I guess my second question is then to the authors. In the case of a conditional use authorization, I actually understood why we want to provide less burden and cost and time to our local formula retail businesses. I guess it's not clear to me why we wouldn't want to protect and afford the workers of those businesses the same protections that we are writing them in if they were to work for an international or national chain retail in San Francisco.
To our city attorney.
Yeah.
Supervisor Moore?
Or did Supervisor Wiener have his...
Supervisor Wiener, why don't you?
And through the chair to Supervisor Kim, first of all, just to reiterate, even though by way of example, people talk about a book sink or a Phil's, the amendment, it doesn't change the definition of formula retail. It just changes what this applies to. And we're saying you have to have 20 locations worldwide, whether you started here or not. And then in terms of the rationale for the distinction, I think that, I think we all can agree that part-time workers need help. And then we're trying to strike the right balance. And when you talk about these small chains, in terms of the burdens on the business and some of the flexibility that they need, that may not be the same as some of the larger national and international chains. That, from my understanding, is what the advocates for this legislation always talk about. They don't talk about abuses happening in these smaller businesses, talk about these national, multinational, and so I just think it's trying to strike the right balance. And it's a pretty small number of businesses, but for those it's pretty impactful.
So if I may follow up through the chair, it would be helpful to kind of get an understanding of the list of businesses that would be added in if we were to make this change. Without hearing a whole lot of other arguments, I guess it's not clear to me why I wouldn't want to protect a part-time worker at Phil's Coffee that where additional hours are being given out, why it is that we wouldn't want to afford them the right to get to 35 hours first before they hire a new worker. Just because you work at Phil's Coffee and not at Target doesn't mean that you're not a single mom trying to achieve a full-time job status to take care of your family. And in terms of the burdens to a smaller formula retail versus a larger one, I just, I guess I haven't felt that that argument has been fully articulated as to why this is a burden to those businesses to afford their workers as many full-time jobs as the workers would like, along with a 2-week predictability schedule. I actually completely understand the argument over how a conditional use authorization is a burden to our smaller formula retail. But in this case, I just don't see why this is a burden. I actually think all of our businesses should want to do this, and that we are protecting our workers. And I certainly wouldn't want a case moving into the future, and I actually love all of our small formula retail chains, but I wouldn't want a case in the future where there was a bad actor into the future that were abusing their workers, but started in San Francisco and therefore had a loophole from affording their same protections to their workers.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, the argument that Supervisor Kim is making about part-time workers in small chains versus large chains, you can make that same logic would apply to extending this legislation to every business, including small businesses, because a part-time worker is a part-time worker is a part-time worker. Everyone has the same challenges and concerns, and the authors of the legislation limited these new rights to formula retail, I believe, precisely taking into account the sort of unique needs of some of our smaller businesses, and that there are differing burdens. And we see it also with whether it's the healthcare security ordinance or various worker protection ordinances that we've adopted in San Francisco. We have different thresholds, whether it's of 20 or 50 employees or different, we usually key it off of the number of employees, but there's always been a recognition that smaller businesses face very different challenges than larger businesses do. And so the small businesses are already not part of this legislation, and it's really just about where you draw the line. And in my view, these smaller formula retail outlets and the planning department actually did compile a list of them in the context of the previous legislation updating and reforming our formula retail ordinance, and they are. They are smaller businesses. These are not mega national chains, international chains. And so I think that this is an amendment that makes a lot of sense.
Supervisor Marr.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Farrell. To Supervisor Kim's question, many small businesses already provide a high road type employment for their workers. Many of the smaller chains that we're talking about, we've had good meetings with them and know this, but I think you're right. Everyone deserves the rights that are provided by the Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. President Chu and I are operating within a very complex set of different actors, and I'll just say that we see this piece of legislation that we think will spread around this country as a first step. I wanted to say, too, that as we just passed our formula retail ordinance, we went back and forth over the threshold of what formula retail or a chain business is. We stuck strong at 11. And the coalition that we worked with of small businesses also ensured that we kept that as our definition, but we still were sensitive to the smaller chains. And Strategic Economics, which is the firm that did the study looking at the 1,250 formula retail businesses in the city, they looked at that the number of chains that are within 11 and 20, and it's a very few number of them, and many of them were the locally or regional chains. I think it's a really good questions, but in the terms of passing this legislation, hopefully today, it's one of these issues that Supervisor Wiener described as a consideration for these smaller chains. I hope that all the businesses within the city will eventually adopt these standards, and I see this as a first step, hopefully as we pass this historic piece of legislation.
Colleagues, any further discussion on the amendments on the floor? Okay, seeing none, typically a motion to continue takes precedence, but since Supervisor Wiener offered the motion to continue in his amendments at the same time, we will take all the motions to amend first, and we'll take them in order. So first, Madam Clerk, we have Supervisor Wiener's motion to amend to include 20 locations, both items 41 and 42. Can we have a roll call vote?
And that was seconded by Supervisor Tang. Okay. Supervisor Kim.
No.
Kim, no. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos.
No.
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu. Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 7 ayes and 3 noes.
Motion to amend passes. Can we go to our second amendment offered by Supervisor Tang?
Supervisor Tang, seconded by Supervisor Chu. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Supervisor Tang's motion, item number 42, passes. Madam Clerk, can we please go to Supervisor Breed's motion to amend regarding the private right of action?
Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Motion, Supervisor Breed's motion passes. And Madam Clerk, can we move to Supervisor Wiener's motion to continue this item for 1 week to the board meeting on Tuesday, November 25th?
Okay. On the motion to continue, Mr. Chair, we need a second.
I'm sorry.
I believe we had a second by Supervisor Tang at the time.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a quick question and point of order.
Supervisor Cohen?
Thank you. This is just a question of clarification. You said this is a continuance request for 1 week, and on items 41 and 42?
Through the chair, yes.
President Chu.
As I said before, I'm not going to support this motion to continue because of the long process we've gone through, both from a community perspective, from a stakeholder perspective, as well as in committee and here at the board. That being said, if there are other issues that need to be addressed, I think Supervisor Marr and I would love to hear them. But I feel like at this point, we have addressed the major concerns that I know that there would be consensus for on this board. And so with that, I do hope that we can pass this on a first read to next week. And obviously, if there are other issues that arise, I know Supervisor Marr and I are both willing to continue to do work as we have been doing for the better part of a year. But with that, I do hope that we can at least vote on this for the first read.
Supervisor Marr?
I was just going to say that out of deference to our president as well, his last meeting will be next week. And I just strongly urge my colleagues to let us move this forward and don't delay this. Thank you.
Supervisor Wiener?
Just given Supervisor Cohen's comment and Supervisor Marr's comment, ideally I would have probably asked for a few weeks, and the reason I'm moving for 1 week instead of, say, 3 weeks is precisely out of respect for the author of one of the pieces of the legislation. I think 1 week it's a very short period of time, and I just think for a piece of legislation that's this important, having that extra dialogue, given that for whatever reason there seems to be a disconnect between the various sides, would be helpful.
Supervisor Cohen, you're still on the roster?
Yeah, thank you, I am. I too feel like the process as to which we brought the discussion, the legislative process has been, it does feel rushed to me. I certainly like the example that Supervisor Kim and I worked on earlier in the year on really having a solid working group and a round table where people were able to sit down and work together. However, I would not be supporting the measure because I'm not sure if what 1 week of time will do. Thank you.
Colleagues, any further discussion on the motion to continue? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
On the motion to continue items 41 and 42 as amended to 11:25. Supervisor Kim?
No.
Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos?
No.
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed? Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu?
No.
Chu, no. Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 4 ayes and 6 noes.
Motion to continue fails. Colleagues, any discussion on the underlying items as amended, 41 or 42? Okay, Madam Clerk, seeing no other members on the roster, can we have a roll call vote on items 41 and 42 together?
As amended.
As amended.
Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed? Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos? Supervisor Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Yes.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Okay, items 41 and 42 are passed on the first reading.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, why don't we now go to our first 3 p.m. special order. Madam Clerk, could you call the items related to 115 Telegraph Hill Boulevard?
Items 30 through 33 comprise the special order at 3 p.m. for a public hearing of persons interested in the September 3rd, 2014 Planning Department's determination of a categorical exemption from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act issued on September 3rd, 2014 for the proposed project at 115 Telegraph Hill. Items 31 through 33 are the motions that either affirm or reverse the department's exemption determination and the preparation of findings to reverse the exemption determination. Items 34 through 37 comprise the public hearing of persons interested in the September 11th, 2014 Planning Commission's decision to approve a conditional use authorization to allow the construction of 3 new dwelling units for a lot total of 4 with 3 off-street parking spaces within the Telegraph Hill North Beach Residential Special Use District located at 115 Telegraph Hill, and items 35 through 37 are the motions that approve or disapprove the Commission's decisions and the preparation of findings.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to members of the public who have been patiently waiting for this hearing. On today's calendar, we have 2 hearings associated with a proposed construction project of 3 new dwelling units with 3 off-street parking spaces within the RH3 zoning district at 115 Telegraph Hill Boulevard. First, there is an appeal of the decision by the Planning Commission that the project is categorically exempt from environmental review. Second, there is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the conditional use authorization for this project. As you know, colleagues, the issues on each appeal are different. First, we will consider the adequacy, accuracy, sufficiency, and completeness of the Planning Commission's determination that this project is categorically exempt from environmental review. This is a legislative hearing, and to overturn or affirm planning, 6 votes of the board are required. Our consideration of the appeal of the conditional use authorization involves an analysis of whether the Planning Commission's determination to authorize the project was appropriate. This hearing is quasi-judicial in nature, and we are required to afford the appellants and project sponsor due process. To overturn planning or to authorize conditional use with additional conditions, 8 votes of the board are required. While both hearings involve distinct analysis on our part, they relate to the same project. In consideration of the members of the public who want to speak on one or both of these issues, and in consideration of the appellants, city staff, and the board itself, what we are going to do today is to consolidate both of these hearings into a single hearing. In order to ensure that the appellant, the public, the planning department, and the project sponsor each receive a full and fair opportunity to address both appeals, I propose that we conduct the hearing as we often do, as follows. First, the appellants will have 15 minutes to present their case for the appeal of the categorical exemption and the appeal of the conditional use authorization. Next, members of the public that support either or both appeals, meaning that you request the board to reject the categorical exemption or the conditional use, may speak for up to 2 minutes on either or both of these issues. And we ask that the speaker identify the particular appeal that they're addressing with their comments. Next, the Planning Department will have up to 15 minutes to present its analysis for certifying the categorical exemption and for authorizing the conditional use, planned unit development. Following that, the real party in interest, the project sponsor, will have up to 15 minutes to present its case for certification of the categorical exemption and for affirming the conditional use authorization. That'll be followed by members of the public who support the certification of the categorical exemption and the approval of the CU authorization, who can speak for up to 2 minutes on either or both of the issues. We ask that speakers identify the particular appeal they address with their comments. Finally, the appellants will have up to 5 minutes for rebuttal in support of the CADX appeal and the appeal of the CU authorization. At the conclusion of the hearing, we will first vote on whether to affirm the certification of the categorical exemption, and in the event that the CADX certification is affirmed, we'll then consider the question of whether to affirm or overturn the conditional use authorization. So unless there are any objections or questions to proceeding in this way, why don't we now begin this hearing? And with that, I'd like to invite a representative from the appellant. And Ms. Brand-Hawley, you have up to 15 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Chu and Assembly-elect. Congratulations. And members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Susan Brand-Hawley, and I'm here to talk about the categorical exemption and to ask this board to overturn it. At the outset, I just want to underscore what categorical exemptions are about. CEQA, as you know, requires environmental review for any project with a potential significant environmental impact. The legislature has provided for these exemptions to streamline approval of projects when there is no possible significant impact. The record before you is very clear that we have a project with potential significant impacts. Its location on Telegraph Hill, on a steep slope, on a narrow road, visited by tourists and local residents, the traffic impacts, geotechnical impacts, and aesthetic impacts are potentially, and we think, certainly going to be significant. And the project sponsor agrees with much of that, and so does your staff. Especially the easy question here relates to geotechnical impacts. And what the city is doing, and I would suggest the city has an unlawful pattern and practice at the moment relating to its treatment of technical environmental impacts, in which it relies on its staff and on a process whereby it states that it will apply its own ordinances to study, sometimes have peer review for complex issues, and basically mitigate potential impacts to make sure that they are not significant. That kind of approach is called a standards approach in CEQA, and there has been a push in years past to try to treat CEQA that way as to all impacts. So, for example, if you have traffic impacts, you could say, don't worry, we have potential impacts, but Public Works will take care of them. If you have septic or sewer impacts, you could say, don't worry, we'll apply our ordinances to make sure all those are taken care of. And here, geotechnical impacts, yes, as conceded by the experts, there are potential impacts due to the slope and the very unusual depth of excavation here, 33 feet for an underground garage. But don't worry, we're going to study it, we're going to analyze it, we're going to make sure that we don't have impacts. CEQA doesn't allow that, and that's why those things were not passed by the legislature. CEQA has not been changed, and what is required is a public process where when you have potential significant impacts, they're aired in public. The public has to have a chance to see what the impacts are going to be and how those are going to be mitigated. And here you are trying to foreclose that by approving a categorical exemption, and that is not in compliance with law. There's a belated reliance here, and since there's time is limited, I'm just going to point out a few problems that are apparent from the staff's rebuttal to the appeal. There's a belated reliance on a new transit-oriented section of the Public Resources Code, 21099. It's rather ironic for a project with luxury condominiums of about 4,000 square feet each and an underground 4,000 square foot garage proposed. This is not a transit-friendly project. This is a project providing full parking for its residents. And the new law doesn't do away with concerns based on adopted city plans. And I would point out a lot of the testimony and evidence that you've already received that relates to aesthetics. In fact, it contradicts or is inconsistent with, arguably, the city's general plan. I did cite it in my appeal letter that there are priority planning policies to protect parks from the vistas from public parks, from development. Here we have a lot of evidence that the people visiting San Francisco, as well as local residents, walk up those steps right across from the project site and stop there to take a look at the unobscured vista of the city right there. The way this project is now proposed, that vista, that view will be blocked. People walking up that hill or walking up those stairs in the park will not have the view of the city that they now enjoy. That is inconsistent with the city's adopted plan. And we're not arguing necessarily that this can't be approved. What we're saying is that is evidence of a potential environmental impact that precludes categorical exemption. There are traffic problems, and even if this section applies, the 21099, that isn't now to allow level of service aspects to be considered so that you don't look anymore, possibly in the future, especially about level of service impacts and the delays in intersections. You still have to look at air pollution, pedestrian safety, noise, and other issues relating to traffic. And there is a lot of evidence in the record about potential significant impacts relating to those issues. And you're going to be hearing more from, I believe, people testifying here today about impacts relating to the location of the local school where the staging of the concrete trucks is going to occur. Mitigation measures in this record are also significant. Categorical exemptions aren't allowed when you need mitigation, and I'd like to just briefly explain that, in that the idea behind categorical exemptions is to streamline projects that have no impacts. When a project needs mitigation, there's a potential for that mitigation to fail. You don't want a project that has needed for mitigation measures to be approved by exemption, and the cases say that that is not allowed. Here, there are a lot of mitigation measures, project conditions, and the geotechnical report indicates a lot of other conditions and mitigations to be added in the future. Because there is a potential for those mitigations to fail or not be adequate, we don't know. We don't even know what they are. So this board can't make a finding that no mitigation is necessary. By approving a categorical exemption, what this board would be saying is that this project has no potential significant environmental impacts. And you've got a record in this particular situation that proves the contrary. So in this particular situation, it's imperative that there be environmental analysis to include the concerned public and to give the city and your staff the information that it needs to consider whether this project should be altered, whether it can be approved without significant impacts, and if there are significant impacts, whether in fact this project should be approved or not. Just to say a little bit more about the geotechnical report, we've had some reports going back and forth, and they're very technical. I'm just a lawyer. I don't understand all the scientific matters here, but it's a classic dispute among experts. You have experts that are looking at similar facts and disagreeing about the consequences. In that situation, you need an environmental impact report to assess, in fact, what the impacts are going to be, whether they're going to be significant, and whether they can be mitigated to a level of insignificance. Make sure. Oh, also relating to traffic, your staff report indicates that and for aesthetics as well, that the opinions of local residents, you have a lot of opinions of local residents in this record, that those are not evidence that you need to consider because they relate to argument and speculation. And that's not what the law provides. It's very clear that certain very technical areas of environmental analysis, like geotechnical impacts, for example, talking about PM10 emissions or other technicalities, those are the province of experts. But there are a number of environmental issues that are understandable by lay people. And those kind of issues allow lay testimony to be considered substantial evidence. And the specific examples given for such types of impacts include traffic, where local residents can testify about what they have observed. And here we have local residents talking about aesthetics, which is a subjective kind of a category that is certainly subject to layperson evidence, and also traffic issues where people are testifying what they're observing relating to pedestrians and vehicles on this roadway, the fact that you've got a landing at the top of this hill that's right where the driveway is going to enter into the street. There's a bus stop there. There was a lot of pedestrian traffic. And the testimony and letters you've received and what you're going to hear today from local residents about what they already observe as traffic and pedestrian safety and aesthetic issues, all of that is evidence that you must consider when you consider whether, in fact, there's any evidence in the record that and evidence under CEQA are facts or fact-based reasonable assumptions or expert opinion. That's evidence under CEQA. Whether, in fact, there's any evidence at all that would support a finding that this project may have significant impacts. And this is an easy record, respectfully, for this body to consider. This is not a small project in this location, and the evidence before you is substantial. So I'd ask that you grant the appeal and overturn the categorical exemption, send this back to your staff for an initial study to take a look at whether, in fact, there is credible evidence of a potentially significant environmental impact. They'll look at an initial study. Perhaps they will find the mitigation measures once they take a hard look at them, the geotechnical and other issues. Perhaps they will actually, after studying that and mitigating it so that the public can see what's being proposed, perhaps they will find that there is clearly no environmental impact and they can do a negative declaration. If in fact there's evidence that despite mitigation there may be an impact, then an environmental impact report is required. Thank you, and I will turn the rest of the appellant's time over to Alice Barkley.
Thank you, Ms. Brand-Hawley.
You're welcome.
If we could freeze the time until Ms. Barkley sets up.
Sorry
Okay.
for the confusion. Dr. Larry Karp will address the board now.
LB Karp, I'm a geotechnical engineer, and gave the clerk a handout. This project is very unusual. It involves an excavation almost as deep as this chamber in the side of a hill at the edge of a roadway, the only roadway to Coit Tower, below Coit Tower. I wrote 2 reports. Yesterday, or I guess over the weekend, the project sponsors hired an engineer to find fault with my report, and they issued their own report yesterday. I can't go into everything, but that report contains 8 pages of potential environmental impacts. But every one they dismissed as it can be taken care of in the future by the right engineers at the right time, according to various codes and procedures. That's not true. But one of the things that, the one thing I wanted to address today was where they attacked me for stating that rockfall on the northeast side of Telegraph Hill was not, interbeds were not involved. Interbeds are clay and sand seams in between the rock masses, which erode with water. And so this handout was, it contains, because of time limits, contains some pictures. 4 pictures I took on January 27th, 2012, at the request of my client, Abbott, neighbor. And this is before the city did any reports or anything. And on the first report, these horizontal lines are the interbeds. The failure zone is right next door, and the bottom of right next to it. And at the bottom of it, that is a pile of eroded shale, or the interbed material. It just grows and grows as water comes out. The second page shows the pile and some more interbeds. Third page shows the same thing in a different view. And the fourth page shows a close-up of the interbed and the pile of eroded shale at the bottom. The curious thing about their attack on me is that not only was I there before the city hired Arup North America to do an investigation, but then they did have a report they published a year later, and in that report they went through the shale interbeds. And the writer of the report that was received yesterday was hired to do stabilization repairs on that hillside. And the permit that was granted them to do that was based on the Arup report of 2013, and supposedly they finished their job on May 2014. So they're saying something doesn't exist of which they were hired to implement repairs to. Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Alice Barkley, and I represent HD and several of the neighbors. I will be very, very short, and what I can say in the next 20 seconds or so, I'll reserve it for rebuttal. Essentially, I'd like to hand over to the board. One of the reasons why we do not believe that this project is appropriate in its massing, you have to go through the history a little bit. Essentially, they started with a project, which is on the first page, with a site plan, and that is considerably smaller.
Ms. Barkley, I'll ask you to summarize, if you can, what we're about to present briefly.
They presented two projects that are substantially smaller than what is before the board. With no notice with the neighbor, after they have discussed the project with the neighbor, they submitted a project that is substantially larger that is now before this board. And during the rebuttal time, I go into a little bit more about the detail, but you have the brief which outlined extensively all the reasons why this project is not necessary nor desirable for this particular site and this particular neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barkley. Colleagues, unless there are any questions, why don't we now ask for members of the public that wish to support the appellant on either of the appeals, if you could please line up on the right-hand side of the board chamber facing us, and let's hear from the first speaker. Mr. Butler.
Good afternoon, President Chu, members of the board. Telegraph Hill has always been about orientation to San Francisco. The hill offered the most visible placement for a semaphore that matched the data needed on Commercial Street to the arrival of vessels at the Golden Gate. Before the practical use of electricity, a business subscription communication system was based upon line of sight, and established its own flag and stick language for communication purposes. Telegraph Hill has always been in the middle of it, giving visual orientation and information to visitors and residents alike. Over a 6-year period from 1995 to 2001, several dozen neighbors and hundreds of other neighbors organized and funded a project at Coit Tower to build stairways and ramps and make the site accessible to the handicapped for the first time. To do so, we sold stair tiles, and where we put the stairways, we always considered the view. So here we are at the top of a stair, and we have a little seat here at the bench, and one can see the Bank of America downtown, the Union Square portion of downtown. From the overlook, you see the ferry building. From the Nookie Nook, you see the East Bay, the Treasure Island. From the north parking lot, we created little oases among the tall trees so that you could see through to the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, to Alcatraz, to the Golden Gate Bridge, to Russian Hill and Nob Hill. We surrounded the site with these view overlooks because that's always been about what Telegraph Hill did. It afforded one the presence of where they were and the direction of how to go. To allow this development at the base of this stair without any view vista is both a violation of the master plan, as Ms. Brand-Hawley pointed out, and that's the reason for the denial of the CU. Also, significant adverse effect will occur if this.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from the next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Chu and fellow supervisors. Gary Neer. I used to live at that property in 115 Telegraph Hill back in the late 60s, 1970s. I realize some of you might have been in swaddling clothes then, but it has an illustrious history, which I'm speaking to the conditional use authorization if you get to that point, and I would certainly defer to other people's positions on the environmental aspects of it. But that property was occupied one of the legendary characters of this city, Bill Bailey. It was his cottage we just saw suspended in midair on the screen up there. And I was there that day that happened. I think it'd be appropriate for the developer to do the right thing and to commemorate in some telling and significant fashion his illustrious history. He was a labor leader. He fought in the Spanish Civil War. And in this particular building, when there was a witch hunt back in the 1950s, the House Un-American Activities Committee, he was held in contempt of Congress. and many other things. He's a wonderful person besides that. And because of that, when his cottage was being lifted in the air, a lot of people got together from around the world, literally, in small checks, and donated somewhere around $30,000, $40,000, which I think is still hanging out in the San Francisco Foundation, available to do something to commemorate that particular building. It was shipped off to a parking lot by the Muni bus track, I think out in the river basin 25 years ago or 20 years ago. It's still sitting out there, even though it's been burned down half there. If some sort of commemorative condition could be attached by this board, I would invite any of you to exercise some discretion to do it. It would be appropriate, and I think it would be well suited and worthy of this building if it's going to go forward. And I thank you.
Next speaker.
President Chu and members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm David Golden. I'm the Chief Facility Officer for the San Francisco Unified School District. My presence here is actually neither in support or in opposition, but of concern. We have a school, Garfield Elementary, that will be below this development. We've come to learn in the last week or so that there will be work that may need to progress up Filbert Street past our site. Our concern is for the health, safety, and welfare and normal functioning of our public school. And it's sort of come to our attention in the documents of the conditional use permit that Block 105 is required to work with this developer. Garfield Elementary falls slightly outside of Block 105. If it's possible and if it's appropriate, we ask the Board of Supervisors to consider something that would include us to be able to work with this developer in full cooperation to make sure that our students, our faculty, and our school can operate and function in its normal way that we're supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. I just want to mention, colleagues, that I've had conversations, my staff has had conversations with SFUSD and with the project sponsor, and I do want the project sponsor specifically to address the issues around Garfield at the appropriate time. I want to welcome our colleague from the school board, Ms. Fuhr.
Thank you, Supervisors. I'm here today to request an environmental review to be conducted on the proposed development at 115 Telegraph Boulevard. Their staging location of their cement trucks is going to be on the corner of Filbert and Kearney, and this so happens to be also the location of Garfield Elementary School that educates 250 children. So we had not heard about this staging location until a couple of days ago, and I just received a phone call from the attorney today of the proponents of the permit, and we are not guaranteed anything. So quite frankly, what we're concerned about is the impact of the sound, air, quality of the air, the dust on our schoolyard. Also, we don't know how many trucks will be there. We don't know if parking will be eliminated there. Right now, 12 of our teachers from Garfield Elementary School must move their cars every 2 hours. Also, we don't know if the road will be closed. It is a very tight turn. In fact, our own school buses, regular side school buses, must drop the children off at the bottom of the hill, and the kids walk up the block every day because the school bus cannot turn around up there. But we do have 5 special ed small buses going there every day, and also our food delivery. So we're very concerned that this will have impact also on the education of our children. So I am asking for an environmental review on behalf of the San Francisco Board of Education just to ensure the safety of our children and also that their education will not be interrupted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Owens, and with me is, I'm principal of Garfield Elementary School, and with me is Sheila Hingarani, parent and neighborhood resident. Okay. I'm the principal of Garfield Elementary School located at 420 Filbert Street. This is approximately 100 feet to the northwest of the proposed project. To date, we have not been consulted by the developer about the proposed project and only learned about it on Friday afternoon through a concerned neighborhood member. Since then, I have familiarized myself with the project and the impacts it will have on the school and all 250 of our students. I've consulted with members of the school board and the SFUSD administration, as well as our parent-teacher organization. At the Planning Commission hearing in September, the developer revealed that he intends to stage a significant amount of work adjacent to the school at the corner of Filbert and Kearney Streets. For those of you who haven't had the chance to visit Garfield, it's located on a really steep slope. It's so steep that normal school buses cannot make it to our school. Often I have had to help guide trucks into our schoolyard to turn around due to both the steep grade of Filbert and the narrow width of Kearney. Specifically, the developer intends to pump concrete from this location up to the project site further up the Filbert steps. This will take several months until countless truck trips, maybe hundreds, will have a significant noise, pollution, safety, and accessibility issues to the entire Garfield school community. Let me just show you one more picture here. The top of Filbert Street and the narrow, steep section of Kearney Street are, as I constantly observe, already extremely constrained and congested. This picture depicts what happens when there's a car that's parked on Kearney that's sticking out a little bit too far, which happens every day, and trucks cannot get back down Kearney, so they have to somehow turn around up there, and they cannot do that. Because the corner of Filbert and Kearney is the only flat spot.
I'll just ask you if you could just finish your final thoughts on that.
The project should not have been determined to be exempted from environmental review. The impacts that I just discussed, to my knowledge, have not been analyzed at all, and this needs to be examined further. For this reason, on behalf of Garfield Elementary School, I respectfully urge you to grant the appeal and require that environmental analysis be undertaken and that our SFUSD school board and district, combined with the Garfield community, be invited to the table regarding the future projects of this development.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Yasso. I live one house away from the top of the Filbert and Kearney Hill where they are proposing to pump cement. Since several people have mentioned the issue with the cement trucks or that spot, I just wanted to highlight that if you do a search on cement pumpers, there are a lot of dangerous issues associated with that kind of construction equipment, not even looking at the size. But as you saw in the photos from the previous speaker, that spot is the staging area for all of our deliveries, anything that's coming down Kearney Street as well. It's a very tight area. In fact, the traffic there is actually busier than on Telegraph Hill Boulevard, which was the alternative where they moved this from. And I think what that shows is that they've got serious space constraints for this project as it is presently designed. They're trying to move something off of Telegraph Hill Boulevard to a much more ridiculous location where you're putting children, tourists at risk. The top of that hill is also an extremely popular photograph spot for tourists taking pictures back towards Russian Hill. They would basically be standing right next to all of this equipment. So the other thing I wanted to mention, since I still have a few seconds, is the level of excavation and the risks associated with this. The Planning Commission, at the last Planning Commission hearing, I thought I had 30 seconds. At the last Planning Commission hearing, they mentioned that, that shoring should not be an issue. But if you look at other sites in the city where they've got sheer walls of this height, they have incredible amounts of cement and shoring to try to prevent landslides. And I don't believe that this project has done any of the necessary environmental analysis to determine what they're going to need, both on the shoring and on the actual design of the...
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Stan Hayes. I am Vice President of the Board of the Telegraph Hill Dwellers, the appellant in this case. And on behalf of our board, on behalf of our members, all those people who are here today who couldn't be here, I urge you to grant our appeals. The reasons are pretty simple. This project is simply too big and the impacts are too great. The buildings are going to be supersized, not right-sized for our neighborhood. All 3 new units, even including the 30-foot deep mineshaft garage, are larger than any other unit within 300 feet. The 3 new units average almost 4,000 square feet, which is nearly 5 times larger than the 800 plus square footage of the average lot within 300 feet. Construction will be so massive that our engineers calculate that more than 10,000 truck trips will be required, disrupting traffic to Coy Tower for months and maybe a year or maybe even more. For your reference, 10,000 truck trips means a truckload leaving that site about every 25 minutes, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, every week for a year. And because the new buildings are so large, without a meaningful view corridor, the project is going to obliterate forever the unique and sweeping public views from the Filbert Steps on the lower Pioneer Park. So, please grant our appeal. Please send this project back for redesign. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Show up right, or?
It's showing on the screen.
I've never used this kind of a machine before, so I'm sorry. I hope you don't start the clock. Oh, you did start it. Thanks a lot. Okay. I'd just like to say that my husband and I live adjacent to this property. We own the property in blue on the map. The property in red is where the project is, and the crosshatched property is where another building stands that the owners of this property also built. We are in the direct line of fire. We were right below it. I wrote a long letter outlining the problems with water collecting in our basement, and the fact that none of the documentation I have seen mentions the fact that this kind of a construction project has to be continually watered. And I'm very concerned about what's going to happen to all that water and that runoff in regards to the people that are downhill from this site. And that's one of the many issues that were not really discussed or available when this exemption was written and issued. We have lived in our house for over 20 years. We purchased our property at the same time as the owners of this site purchased their property. We have lived on Telegraph Hill for nearly 60 years. We are both in our 80s. We anticipate this being very stressful for us and dread having to spend our remaining years dealing with this project. I apologize for saying this, but given the way the planning department brushed off their so-called environmental review, I am convinced that the city could care less about the people that CEQA is supposed to protect. I can't imagine a situation where more red flags than this one. Developers don't like having to do EIR. It appears, given the magnitude and number of issues that would require an EIR, that the developers' cost savings have prevailed over the safety and welfare of the neighbors and public who visit this area in large numbers, even though CEQA aids and protects the developer in the same manner as the public. On a project such as this, CEQA requirements can and do help developers assess and mitigate risk before they become problematic and a costly liability.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, members of the board. I'm Peter Dwares, and I've lived 4 doors down from this property since 1977. And I'm here to tell you, those that haven't visited there, this is a magical spot. It's really a quasi-public piece of property that should be protected. There should be a balance of what this development is going to wind up being and the developers' profits, which they have every right to make. I walk down those steps on a daily basis, and I see hundreds of thousands of tourists a year in a rather romantic spot taking pictures of the city. The way this massive project is, it not only takes the views away, it takes the light away. It will darken those steps. So as not to be negative, but rather as constructive as possible, what I would suggest, given all the risks, maybe they're not true, maybe they are true, of this large excavation, if they put back toward the rear of the property 4 homes that can be very valuable to them to sell, that have reminiscences of Quite Tower and the Telegraph Hill history, not what's been designed now, which I think doesn't work in that location from an aesthetic point of view. Move it back, let the tourists have their view over those houses, and the houses will still have great views of Telegraph Hill, and put surface level parking to avoid digging down 35 feet and possibly ruining the hill and the people all around their properties being damaged, and lawsuits galore against the city. So that's my positive and constructive, and love to meet with the developers and have them put together something like that with surface level parking. Covered as is in, say, Vail, Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Peter Alexander Cherneff. I came in on the bus today, and I was sitting next to a black gentleman, and we had a nice conversation. Turns out he's a long-term engineer and architect for the city, and he was telling me a lot of really cool things that he's done and projects he's been involved in, and the city's a beautiful place. And before I forget, I'd like to invite everybody here November 27th, I think that's Thanksgiving, to Alcatraz for a sunrise ceremony. If you've never been there, you're invited. It starts around, people line up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and usually most people aren't doing a whole lot at 4 o'clock in the morning, so come on down. So this gentleman told me a lot of wonderful things, and I was impressed, and I thought it was just great that I have such architects and concerns. But I don't understand why there would not be an environmental review. I mean, what would be the reason as to why not? And I'm listening to these people here complaining and talking, and I'm reminded of an old statement that says, those who seek to save their lives, and I think that includes their comfort zones, shall lose them. This is the third meeting I've been to today. I saw 300 Native Americans and supporters down the street on Market dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers and Willets. And then I went to the Gray Panthers, and they were concerned with the Sunshine Ordinance. And I explained to them that if the Constitution was actually in reality and we weren't under martial law, that there wouldn't be no need for a Sunshine Ordinance. And I just want to remind the people around me that I learned in junior high school that we are the government, and you're addressing government servants. And when you're addressing government servants, it's not your position to beg and ask, but to take them to task. And that's called the 40-day general strike. That's a prophecy that sets Leonard Peltier free and sets us all free, because what are we besides slaves to bankers and lawyers? And I think we've all had enough.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, President Chu. My name is Michael Barrett. I'm a 45-year veteran of San Francisco, and I've been very happy to work with and volunteer with many projects, both on Telegraph Hill, Nob Hill. I just want to say, dear supervisors, please grant the appeal Telegraph Hill has put through to you. There are too many factors that have been ignored in this project, and EIR should be found. Reject the conditional use authorization. Refer to the CARP soil that has already been produced. There's other impact on views, transportation, and especially concerning the number 39 Coit Tower, which is a workhorse for the community. And as far as that 3-unit condominium, I want to refer to the fact that the Taj Mahal has already been accomplished. It's in India. We don't need those ridiculous, huge operations on top of a proud Telegraph Hill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Andreas Katz, and I have lived in the North Beach Telegraph Hill neighborhood for over 45 years. I grew up here, and I still reside on the west side of Telegraph Hill with my wife and my son. I'm here today to strongly urge you to grant the appeal to the project at 115 Telegraph Hill Boulevard. The project needs to adequately consider the impacts on the hill rock from the excavation for over a 3,500 square foot garage that will be located on a steep grade. Also, the transportation impacts on traffic to Coit Tower, as well as the only route for the 39 Coit Tower bus to reach the tower, a very important tourist attraction, need to be considered. And finally, the project will impact views back to the city of San Francisco from Coit Tower, which is also a public park enjoyed by both tourists and many locals alike, as well as from the Filbert steps that are used to access Coit Tower. In summary, I want to say the impact of this project is a huge quality of life issue for all of us who walk Telegraph Hill daily and call this neighborhood our home. Please grant the appeal.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is John, and I'm glad that this came up today because it's a big concern. And as far as granting that appeal, it has to go forward. The reason why is because they tore down the cathedral. In District 5, people were complaining about the same thing that people have been coming up to this mic for. Now it's interesting. Which way is the dice going to fall? People of color was complaining about all the dust, all the trucks taking up the street. Now we have people in here from the cathedral. Now it's District 5 versus Nob Hill. Which way is those dice going to fall?
My name's Howard Wong. I'm an architect, a native of North Beach and Telegraph Hill, a property owner. I'm also founder of the Pioneer Park Project, where I created the initial concept designs for the South Terrace and the South Stairway next to Coit Tower, and was part of the leadership team of the Pioneer Park Project, Telegraph Hill dwellers, and public-private partnerships that led to the construction in 2001. Much later, during the design of the project of the South Terrace and stairways, I found drawings of the original Coit Tower working drawings by Arthur Brown Jr., the architect of Coit Tower, and discovered that in 1931, his working drawings included a South Terrace and South Stairway to Coit Tower. In other words, the view corridors of that southern part of the hill were always the intention of the design of the Coit Tower and surrounding site. And that is also consistent with the citizens who donated the Pioneer Park in 1865 or thereabouts, or 1875, or the 1905 Burnham Plan that expanded the park and its views, or the Coit Tower original concept, as I mentioned, with its South Stairway and Terrace. And it's been consistent with every general plan iteration where Telegraph Hill and its surroundings have been reinforced in terms of neighborhood character, scale, and view corridors. If you look at the general plan evolution, from very early on, each iteration of the general plan has successively enforced the public view corridors of not only the northern part of the hill, but the southern part.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Sheehan, and I too live on Telegraph Hill, not far, within a 300-foot radius of the subject project. I believe that Jeremy Ricks or anyone should be able to develop that property. My objection to what has been submitted supports categorically what you've heard, not only from the appellant's lawyer, but each one of these witnesses. This is a very magnificent spot. I see and join tourists every day walking up and down the Filbert steps. I see the confusion in tourists today, now, without any kind of construction other than some improvements that are going on at a building that is adjacent to the project. Tourists are confused. There is a big, big, big difference between trying to get up the get up the Pioneer Park steps. People are deeply concerned about safety, and rightfully. Anyone who comes up there will witness it, be a part of it. The massing of the buildings, to me, is enormous. Please, please, request this appellant and vote for an appeal to provide for the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask if there are any other members of the public that wish to speak in support of the appellant. Please line up. Otherwise, Ms. Shanahan is the last speaker for the appellants.
Good afternoon, President Chu and Supervisors. My name is Nancy Shanahan. I'm honored to be an advocate for our city's historic Northeast Quarter, including North Beach and Telegraph Hill, where despite all odds, we've managed to some extent to stem the tide of displacement and speculation that's tearing apart the social and physical fabric of our neighborhoods across the city. I join with my neighbors in urging you to accept our appeals and to require environmental review and to disapprove the conditional use authorization. I've lived close to the project site for the past 27 years, all of them on Filbert Street. The first 14 years, one block west of the project site, near Grant Avenue, and for the last 13 years on the Filbert Steps, 2 blocks east of the project site. I remember when the project site was occupied by 5 turn-of-the-century cottages and buildings with 11 units of housing for up to 20 people, including labor activist Bill Bailey. It was dense housing, like the rest of North Beach and Telegraph Hill, and did not block all views, light, and air from the Filbert Steps and from Pioneer Park. Housing that did not require a 33-foot deep shaft for an almost 40,000 square foot parking garage for 3 giant condominiums. I also remember when these buildings were demolished and have since experienced the extraordinary views of downtown Chinatown, Nob Hill, from one of the greatest pedestrian sidewalks in the city. Now I share that with thousands of visitors and other residents, and these views will be sacrificed to a very few wealthy people able to afford these multi-million-dollar condos, public views that are protected by the city's plans, by the general plan, by its priority planning policies, and by the adopted residential design guidelines. We would support a development that would preserve significant pedestrian views from the steps and stairways, reduce the massing on the rear facade to step down with the topography, a development that would not require
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Greetings, Supervisors, President Chu. My name is Judy Irving. I'm a freelance documentary filmmaker, and I live on the Greenwich Steps. I've lived there for 13 years. My office and editing room are on the other side of Telegraph Hill on Stockton Street between Filbert and Greenwich. So I've been walking over this hill for 13 years. That's my commute. Every single day, right at the top of the Filbert Steps on the west side, I see tourists massing. Some of them are confused, some of them are just awed by the view of the downtown, and some are trying to figure out how to get across the street. There's also a bus stop there, and lots of people are taking pictures. There's just a lot of congestion. And I feel that the planning department or the planning commission, whoever approved this project, didn't really take into account pedestrian safety when they approved a driveway right exactly at that spot where people congregate. So please grant the appeal, require an environmental impact statement, deny the categorical exemption, and also, finally, I would add, please add a little weight to those of us who come down here who are freelancers, who have to pay the bus fare, and who aren't being paid by the developer to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Crowley.
Good afternoon, President Chu, Supervisors. I'm Jerry
Jerry,
Crowley.
Yep, great.
I've been a 53-year resident of Telegraph Hill and an active member of Telegraph Hill Dwellers for 28 of those years, four terms as president. So everything everyone's talked about today is part of my life and my history. Yes, I worked with the Pioneer Park Committee. I worked with Howard Wong, with Joe Butler. They did the design. We did fundraising for, it was a 7-year project. We had to raise $1 million, then we had to go raise another $1 million because the cost kept going up. But Pioneer Park at the rear of Coit Tower is our project. It exists because of us. It was a public-private partnership. The city's solution to the erosion of the park was literally falling down the hill, was to put a chain link fence around it. And we said, wait a minute, this is iconic. We have to take care of it. So we did. We also did studies on traffic, the Coit Tower bus, tourism traffic, and we worked with the city to reroute the Coit Tower bus so that it would stop at Fisherman's Wharf and take people up in the bus instead of in cars. I think we've been a very cooperative group as far as enhancing that part of the hill. The driveway that would come from the proposed project is, just 40 feet maybe from where there are tiles on Filbert steps, and they have my granddaughter's names on the steps forevermore. So I have a great great interest in keeping that project safe. I have a great interest in keeping it beautiful and in letting everyone enjoy the view. I am concerned about safety and the 33-foot excavation. Please, please uphold our appeal. Thank you.
Let me ask if there are any other members of the public that wish to speak with regards to the appellant. Okay, at this time, why don't we hear from the Planning Department with a presentation as to their analysis.
Thank you, Chair Chu. Good afternoon, honorable members of the board. I'm Anne-Marie Rogers, Senior Policy Advisor for the Planning Department, and I am joined today by our Environmental Review Officer, Sarah Jones, Jessica Range, the CEQA planner for the project, Liz Waddy, the project planner, and Tina Tam, Senior Preservation Planner. As you have heard, there are two appeals before you today, the conditional use authorization and the categorical exemption. We sent this board a memo responding to each appeal on November 10th, and a second memo dated November 17th responding to the appellant's supplement letter. Today, additional materials were submitted to the board, but there was no new information raised in those letters. So the decisions before you today are twofold. And let me first tell you a bit about the property. If I could have SFGov TV please turn on the projector. These are the existing conditions. It is on the south side of Telegraph Hill, as you've heard, between Montgomery and Kearney Streets near Coit Tower. A public stairway follows what was once the Filbert Streets from the front of the lot descending west to Kearney Street. The property is indeed steeply sloped. It is zoned RH3, residential house for 3 units. And the lot currently contains a 1-story, 844 square foot single-family house, which we'll call the cottage. The history of the lot is part of the story. In 1993, there were 3 lots in this location that were merged into this one large lot with over 80 feet of street frontage. It once contained 5 buildings, and 4 of those 5 buildings were determined to be unsound and were demolished in 1997. At that time, the property had been approved for a new building, much larger than the one before you today, containing 6 units and 7 parking spaces, but that was not built. The lot has been vacant, with the exception of the small uninhabited cottage since 1997. And then I've got one more picture on the overhead. Thank you, SFGov. This fall, the Commission approved a new project, a 3-unit building with 3 parking spaces and a renovation of the existing cottage. Part of the cottage renovation includes removing a small addition approved in '95, but which was never completed its final inspections. The new 3-unit building will appear as 3 separate single-family 3-story dwellings with 1 garage door to accommodate the parking for all 3 units. There will be a 3-foot separation between each of the units that will visually provide access as you go down the street to downtown. That's the project that is before the board. Now let's dive into the specific responses to the appellant's concerns. First, Jessica Range will describe the CEQA determination, and then Liz Waddy will go over the conditional use authorization.
Thank you, Anne Marie. I'm Jessica Range, and I will address the CEQA appeal. The CEQA guidelines provide a list of classes of projects that are determined to be exempt from environmental review because they would not have a significant impact on the environment. The determination of whether a project qualifies for an exemption is based on a 2-step process. The first is to determine whether the project meets the requirements of the exemption. So the project would include renovation of an existing structure, which is exempt under the Class 1 exemption, and the project includes construction of 3 new dwelling units, which are exempt under the Class 3 exemption. The second consideration is determining whether there are any unusual circumstances at the site that present a reasonable possibility of a significant effect on the environment. Significant effects must be supported by substantial evidence. The department has determined that there are no unusual circumstances at the site and that the project is appropriately exempt from environmental review. The appellant's issues can be grouped into 4 main points. The first concern is that there are unusual circumstances at the site that could result in pedestrian safety impacts. The appellant claims that the site is sensitive because it is en route to Coit Tower, a destination frequented by many pedestrians who would need to cross the project's driveway, resulting in a pedestrian hazard. In San Francisco, it is commonplace for roadways and sidewalks to be heavily traveled, whether it be by tourists or commuters. Also, all sidewalks are pedestrian paths of travel, and all sidewalks must cross a driveway where there is one. So therefore, there is nothing unusual about a driveway crossing a pedestrian path of travel. Specifically in this location, before the driveway, where the driveway is proposed, there is both a stop sign and a crosswalk, ensuring that vehicles entering the driveway will be traveling at slow speeds. Thus, there's no potential for significant pedestrian safety impacts. The second concern is that the project could affect slope stability. The appellant, and you've heard from today, geotechnical engineer Mr. Karp, has provided information stating that in his opinion, the project is likely to result in significant environmental effects. So I'll begin with noting that a geotechnical report was prepared for the project, found that the project was feasible from a geotechnical standpoint, and included specific recommendations. These recommendations are then taken into account during the Department of Building Inspection, or DBI's permit review process. DBI reviews the geotechnical report to ensure that slope stability issues are adequately addressed in accordance with the building code. DBI may also require additional reports, surveys, and monitoring to ensure slope stability. The site is also subject to the Slope Protection Act of 2008, which created even more additional heightened review procedures in this area. Specifically, it established a structural advisory committee to review permit applications. And should that committee determine that the project could result in unsafe conditions that cannot be addressed to their satisfaction, the building official must deny the building permit. Now, it's important to note that this is not a standards approach, as mentioned by the appellant, but this is an existing regulation. So with implementation of the recommendations in the geotech report, review by DBI in accordance with the building code and the Slope Protection Act, there's no potential for significant geotechnical effects. The third concern is that the project could affect the stone wall separating Telegraph Hill Boulevard and Filbert Street, claiming that the wall is historic. Also, the appellant claims that the project could affect the historic context of Pioneer Park. So preservation staff is here with us today, and they have reviewed the project and determined that there would be no significant adverse impact to historic resources. The appellant has not provided any evidence that the stone wall meets the criteria of a historic resource under CEQA, and most importantly, the project does not propose any changes to that stone wall. Okay. And then with regards to aesthetic impacts or views in general, the project meets the criteria of the residential infill development project, and so aesthetic impacts are not a CEQA issue for this project. I would like to note that with regards to the effects on the historic context of Coit Tower, that the appellant has provided some visual renderings that clearly demonstrate that Coit Tower would continue to be a visually prominent city landmark. And this is in part because Coit Tower is protected by Pioneer Park, which is elevated above the surrounding development. The fourth concern is that the project includes construction mitigation measures. So these are not mitigation measures. Rather, a construction plan is being developed, again, in compliance with existing regulatory requirements. And even without these measures, the department would not find the construction effects of this project to be a significant impact under CEQA. Construction noise impacts are addressed by the police code, and construction dust or air quality impacts from construction is addressed by the dust control ordinance. So there wouldn't be any significant impacts to nearby residents or to the school. I will also note that inconsistencies with plans and policies are not in and of themselves an impact under CEQA. Rather, we look at inconsistencies to determine whether there would be any physical environmental effects. Finally, before I conclude, I'd like to acknowledge the testimony today. However, the testimony provided has not provided any new information that would change our conclusions. The project still fits within the Class 1 and 3 exemption, and there are no unusual circumstances at the site that present a reasonable possibility of a significant effect. I'll now turn it over to Liz.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, President Chu and members of the board. I'm Elizabeth Waddy, Assistant Director of Current Planning. The Planning Commission approved a conditional use authorization under Planning Code Section 303. The CU would allow 3 units to be built for a total of 4 units on the lot. This is a modest amount for the size of the lot, which would allow up to 7 units through the approval of a conditional use. The Section 303 criteria are outlined in full in your memo from November 10th, but in short, they require that any project subject to a conditional use be found to be necessary or desirable for and compatible with the neighborhood or the community, and not be detrimental to the health, safety, convenience, or general welfare of persons or property in the vicinity. Projects must also be consistent with the general plan. I'll focus on the primary concerns raised by the CU appellant. The appellant's concerns from the appeal letter can be grouped into 6 main points. First, the appellant questions whether the project is necessary or desirable and compatible with the neighborhood. The Commission found just that. The project is both necessary and desirable and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The Commission found the project to be desirable because it provides high-quality, well-designed infill housing in a residentially zoned neighborhood. It provides contextual housing on a lot that has been largely vacant for 17 years. The current vacancy is a detriment to the neighborhood, creating a gap in the street wall along the Filbert Street stairs. The neighborhood features relatively low-density, market-rate housing, many with off-street parking, that relate to the topography of the hill. This project is compatible with that pattern. The appellant asks how the project meets the general plan and priority policies of Section 101.1 of the Planning Code. With regard to the appellant's second concern, the Planning Commission found the project would conserve and protect existing housing and neighborhood character. It will renovate and restore the existing vacant cottage. The project will improve a dilapidated vacant lot with a well-designed, high-quality residential development. The new building is compatible with the density, scale, and massing of surrounding properties. The sponsors have also committed to working with DPW and other relevant city agencies on a stewardship and maintenance agreement for the landscaped area to the north of the Filbert Street stairs, and the project will be set back to add landscaping and public value to the stairs. The residential units that will be added to the market as part of the project will not generate substantial commuter traffic that would impede transit service or overburden the streets or neighborhood parking. Furthermore, by including 3 off-street parking spaces, the project would minimize the need for residents to use the limited on-street parking in the neighborhood. Lastly, the project will not adversely affect any public parks or open spaces. The project site is located significantly below Coit Tower and Pioneer Park on Telegraph Hill and will not adversely affect the public views from within those spaces. Contrary to the appellant's concerns, the project meets the residential design guidelines and the general plan's urban design element. The scale of the proposed building is compatible with the height and depth of surrounding buildings. The new building will be designed to appear from the street as 3 single-family dwellings. Each of the 3 building segments will occupy about 24 feet of frontage. This is consistent with the width, spacing, and scale of buildings found in the neighborhood. The height of the new building will be noticeably less than the height of the adjacent building. Each unit will step down the street relative to the hill, just as the general plan asks. Each unit will contain a green roof deck featuring sustainable native plants and landscaping. Further reducing the mass, the 3 previously proposed stair penthouses have been removed from the project. The building also respects the mid-block open space and maintains light to adjacent buildings by providing adequate setbacks. The project includes numerous architectural features that enhance the neighborhood's mixed architectural character. High-quality exterior materials complement the materials found on buildings throughout the neighborhood, blending with surrounding building forms without mimicking any particular style. The project consistently follows the general plan's urban design element, including the special characteristics identified for Telegraph Hill. Not only is the building consistent with the scale and massing of surrounding properties, but it also features flat, landscaped roofs. The laterally sloping topography of the Filbert Street steps are reinforced with the movement of each unit. The pedestrian scale and texture of the neighborhood is enhanced with both landscaping as well as side setbacks between each of the 3 units, which provide for a progression of views to downtown. Contrary to the appellant's brief, the general plan does not prohibit building around open spaces on hillsides. If development is designed appropriate, the general plan seeks low-rise buildings and flat roofs in this area. It can frame and accentuate the open space at the top. This project does just that. The Commission found the project to be consistent with both the residential design guidelines and the general plan's urban design element. Let's discuss the appellant's 4th concern, the project and its consistency with the housing element. The housing element emphasizes the need to provide housing at all income levels in a variety of sizes and configuration. In addition to adding 3 units and 12 bedrooms to the city's housing stock, it also does not remove any existing housing in order to do this. Rather, the project rehabilitates a currently uninhabitable unit. The project locates new housing on a residentially zoned property that's substantially vacant, and given the size of the lot and the slope of the hill, the Commission believed this development achieves our housing goals. For the 5th and 6th primary concerns, the legal conditions on the lot is not part of the conditional use before the Planning Commission, but rather it was a matter for the zoning administrator. To the claim that there are 2 legal units on the lot, there's no clear documentation that there were ever 2 legal dwelling units. Previous approvals referenced 2 units, but one of the units was accessed not by stairs, but by a ship's ladder, clearly not meeting life safety goals. In conclusion, for the reasons stated above, the Planning Department recommends that the Board uphold the Planning Commission's decision in approving the conditional use and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions to the Planning Department? Okay. Supervisor Yee.
Just a quick question. The buildings that were there, I guess 18 years ago, do you know the square footage?
Hi, through the chair. I don't have that information in front of me, but we can see if we have it in the file and can get back to you.
Would you be able to get it like within the next 15 minutes?
I should be able to.
Thank you.
Actually, I've got a couple of quick questions. There have been a number of contentions raised around the blocking of public view corridors, and I know you've alluded to them, but I'm wondering if you could just specifically address the impact of the project on views.
Sure. Again, Elizabeth Waddy with the Planning Department. Both the general plan and the residential design guidelines do not protect private views. These are views that we see on a lot of developments throughout the city from one property to another. It also does not protect views from the sidewalk through private property. The general plan does, however, protect the views from public vistas within those open spaces. It's our opinion that both Pioneer Park and Coit Towers' views of downtown are not being significantly obstructed by this project. Since this project is consistent with the height of the adjacent neighbor, it's actually shorter than the existing building to the east, and it progresses down the hill as the general plan instructs. Furthermore, what I think is quite important is the general plan actually does identify Telegraph Hill as an outstanding and unique area. But what I think is most important is that the general plan identifies some of the special characteristics in this area to include, and I quote, intimate pedestrian scale and texture of streets and housing with sudden and dramatic views of the bay and downtown through narrow openings. And we very much feel that this project, as designed by providing the 3-foot setbacks between buildings and a 5-foot side setback on the west side, does just that as directed by the general plan.
We also heard some testimony today from the geotechnical engineer, Dr. Lawrence Karp, and in the papers provided by Ms. Brandt-Hawley, refers to the fact or the suggestion that the excavation will significantly affect neighboring properties, leave a latent condition that irreparably relieves lateral and subjacent support along the southern flank of Pioneer Park with resultant serious hazards. And I know you alluded to your response to the excavation and geotechnical conditions, but could you summarize your response to the suggestions that were made around stability of the hill?
Jessica Range, planning staff. What was prepared for the project was basically a geotechnical report that is used to assess whether the project is even feasible from that standpoint. And what we use that information for is to determine whether there could be any secondary effects from the type of foundation, archaeological effects, other types of effects. But the review of geotechnical issues is strictly within the purview of the Department of Building Inspection, and they have established regulatory procedures and requirements around the building code, and even heightened requirements within this area to ensure the safety of new construction in these areas. So there's established regulatory program that addresses geotechnical concerns. So additional analysis is likely to be required as the project moves forward towards the building permit stage.
And then final question, obviously I think the entire city, we're all concerned around pedestrian safety, and there have been a number of contentions that this is a project that could further compound pedestrian safety issues in the neighborhood. I'm wondering if you could summarize your perspective on that.
Yes. So once again, the project is proposing a 3-space parking garage. So that is a relatively very low volume of vehicles that would need to cross the pedestrian path of travel. In this area, arguably, it is very safe, given that any vehicles entering the driveway will have to make a full and complete stop before doing so. So they should be fully aware of any pedestrians. It is not uncommon for driveways in much heavily trafficked areas with larger number of parking spaces.
And then how about during construction? Been a lot of issues raised around construction impacts on pedestrian safety in the neighborhood.
Yes. So construction impacts are similarly addressed through existing regulatory programs. The Department of Public Works, the MTA, and the Transportation Advisory Staff Committee ensure that construction activities are conducted in a manner that maintains public circulation on the rights-of-way while also ensuring public safety. There are also building code provisions to protect specifically pedestrians.
Thank you. Colleagues, any further questions to the Planning Department? Okay, at this time, why don't we now hear from the project sponsor or a representative thereof?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I am the project sponsor, Jeremy Ricks. I want to thank you all for your time today. We started working on this project almost 3 years ago, and it has really transformed and evolved, largely based on the feedback from all of our neighbors that I have met with over the few years. as well as the comments from the Planning Commission at our 2 previous hearings. I truly believe that what we have here today is a much better project than what we started with, and I'm proud to be presenting it. I want to take a minute to talk about the support that we have for this project. 47 individual written letters that support our concept and design. The majority of our supporters express strong opinions on many aspects of the project, from massing to number of units to parking to view corridors and the beautification of the Filbert Steps. Incorporating 47 differing opinions, plus the comments from the planning department, as well as taking into consideration the opinions of the opposition, has been quite a challenge. But I feel that it has definitely made for a better project. Before Louis Butler presents the design, I want to give you the context for the decisions that went into it. Across the board, everyone recognizes Telegraph Hill as an iconic location and wants the design to take its cues from the neighborhood. Massing and the number of units are part of that. The feedback here from both the planning department and commission, as well as our neighborhood supporters, was that the lot should be split up into a few units that cascade nicely down the hill. Each unit should be distinguished and read more as a single-family homes than apartments. We now have created full separations between each of the units and a much wider setback on the west property line to achieve that, including a view corridor to the Transamerica building that can be seen from both the Filbert Stairs and Telegraph Hill Boulevard. These have not been painless changes, as the project lost over 1,000 square feet. However, I believe that the project is better for it, and the view corridors that we have created gives a unique benefit that no other private property on our street provides. The property has sat vacant for 20 years, and I think we are all in agreement that it is in the best interest of the city and the neighborhood to develop it. This is the project that best suits the site, and the degree of support we have is a testament to that. With that, I thank you for your time and consideration, and will hand it over to my architect, Louis Butler, to present the design.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Louis Butler. I'm the architect for 115 Telegraph Hill. I'm going to give a quick presentation on the site, the views, the massing, the parking and garage issues, and also some pedestrian improvements. The site that you see on the screen is marked in blue there. You can see its relationship to Coit Tower. Coit Tower is on the left in this photograph. The site is on the right. I just wanted to give you an overall context for this site on the hill. This is a shot from across the street. This is one of the few areas where you can actually get a view through this site. On the next slide, you can see that there are the steps going up to Pioneer Park. That photograph you just saw was taken from the foot of that steps. If I go further up those steps, I arrive at Pioneer Park. In the top image, you can barely see where we've outlined the buildings on the right. On the bottom buildings, they're again barely visible. This is the degree of view that one has of this site from Pioneer Park. If I'm a pedestrian, and there are quite a few of them, coming up the Filbert Steps, these are the steps that I come up. When I get to the top of the steps and look right, this is the view that I have. I look through a chain link fence over a lot that's been abandoned for 20 years, is full of weeds, and down the hill. It's not particularly attractive in my opinion. It's our goal to do something about this. Here's another view from the site looking back towards the steps. You can see old concrete walls. And here's another view of the building to the left. By the way, the assessor's office says this is a 6,000 square foot building, at least 50% larger than the largest unit we're proposing. Here's a site plan of our development. You see the 4 units, 1, 2, 3 across the bottom of the page. The 4th unit is the restored cottage at the back. You can also see that there's at least 3 feet between each of the units, and a composite 5 feet plus 3 feet on the far western side, giving a nice 8-foot plus view corridor on that side. The separation, as you heard from the planning department, between these buildings is very important to us. Here are the elevations. Again, a 3-foot separation at the east between units 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and also the 8 feet to the west. You can see the stepping of the roofs and the way that we pick up the scale of the larger building to the east and drop off to the west. Here's a 3-dimensional diagram of how the height limit applies to this north facade of these buildings and explains the stepping. This is a perspective looking to the southeast. The materials on these buildings are a combination of stucco, wood-sided panels, metal windows, wood louvers, and other metal and adornments. The idea is that these are modern buildings, but they have lots of materials, lots of interest, in particular at the pedestrian level. We've used planters at a smaller scale at the pedestrian level, as well as using the openings between the buildings to relieve and enhance the pedestrian access and experience up the street. We feel that is the predominant experience. This is driving up Telegraph Hill Boulevard. There is a brief view from the passenger in a car. You can't walk here. And we have set the buildings towards the east to preserve the view of the Transamerica Pyramid in that location. Here's the view of the southern side of the building. We've broken up the buildings into a glassier top and a more solid base, and so the building's height is diminished. We've also landscaped the yards very nicely at the bottom. I want to talk about the parking situation. This is a 3-car garage. It has a car elevator. The advantage of a car elevator is that the car always goes in facing forwards and comes out facing forwards, unlike 90-something% of the garages in San Francisco. The driver is always facing the pedestrian. We've set the garage door back so when the driver comes out, again going forward, that driver, next slide please, has a view cone that is in excess, again, of most garages in San Francisco. This is actually an extremely safe garage. This is not a substandard garage. This is as safe a garage situation as you can achieve. We can also use electronic buzzers and other devices to make it even safer. I'd like to talk a little bit about the pedestrian improvements. Here I am walking up the steps facing east in the current situation. Again, the cyclone fence and the barbed wire on the right. Our proposal is to maintain this garden on the left, provide lighting, provide interesting planning on the right, repair the steps, and basically provide a very nice pedestrian experience coming up the Filbert steps, which has not been very nice now for quite a few number of years. Thank you very much. I would certainly be available for questions later on in the proceedings.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Dan Fratton with Rubin, Junius, and Rose. I'll be finishing our presentation this afternoon with a discussion of the CEQA appeal. This is a 4-unit project that falls squarely within the exemption for renovation of existing buildings and construction of up to 6 new units. These are classes of project that the state has determined do not raise a risk of significant environmental impacts, and the appellants have the burden of demonstrating otherwise. They haven't met that burden. At minimum, they need to show that there is substantial evidence that the project will cause significant impacts and that those impacts are caused by unusual circumstances. This has to be credible, fact-based evidence, unsubstantiated opinion, inaccurate information, or simple changes in views don't cut it. And that is largely what the appellant has presented. Let's start with construction traffic, for example. The appellants have claimed that there will be more than 10,000 truck deliveries to pour concrete and off-haul excavated materials. That's based on the assumption that the 3-ton truck limit on Telegraph Hill Boulevard applies to construction vehicles. It does not. In fact, construction trucks, muni buses, and utility vehicles are all exempt from the weight limit. The actual number of trucks for concrete and off-hauling will be about 8% of what the appellant estimates, something on the order of 6 to 9 trucks each workday over a period of 3 to 4 months during excavation and concrete pouring. The city routinely finds that major construction projects, the Moscone expansion is a recent example, do not have significant construction impacts. The same thing has to be true for a 3-unit building, even on Telegraph Hill. With all that said, we have put considerable effort into minimizing the temporary inconvenience of construction. Our plan calls for building a pad on the site as the first step in the project. That allows trucks to pull onto the site and be onloaded and offloaded there rather than blocking the street. There will be a pedestrian tunnel over the stairs so that pedestrians can safely walk up them, and the stairs will remain open throughout. There are a number of other conditions that we have agreed to, which are included in the conditional use. I understand that there are some concerns from the school board regarding concrete staging at Filbert and Kearney Street. To be clear, this was a change that we had made to get the concrete trucks off of Telegraph Hill Boulevard and improve the situation there. It was made in response to things that we heard at the first Planning Commission hearing, and we did not have time to outreach to the school between that and the project's approval. We, of course, are happy to do that and are willing to commit to a condition requiring us to meet with the school before construction starts. Next, the alleged impacts of excavation, which at 33 feet which is 33 feet at its deepest point, then it gets shallower as the slope falls away. This type of excavation is relatively commonplace and can be carried out safely. More importantly, the building code mandates that, quote, excavation for any purpose shall not remove support from any foundation, and compels the disapproval of a permit that would create unsafe conditions or would increase the likelihood of hillside instability. It also outlines a rigorous process, including an independent review of geotechnical and geological reports by DBI for ensuring these standards are met. The courts have specifically held that an EIR isn't required to address issues of proper construction technique. Rather, the city can rely on enforcement of the building code to ensure that impacts do not occur. If that weren't the case, small projects throughout the city could not be exempted from CEQA review. There's a map of special seismic zones that we'll put up on the map or on the overhead that encompass most areas where construction is happening in San Francisco. Again, small projects in these areas are routinely exempted because the building code is adequate to ensure safe construction. The appellant's evidence of impacts, a letter from Lawrence Karp, is not credible or fact-based. Karp has not been on site. He's made a number of statements that are completely unsupported or directly contradicted by the facts. He draws conclusions based on properties more than 1,000 feet away that are, geologically speaking, quite different from the one here. Properties that are perched at the edge of 100-foot unstable quarried cliffs. He claims there will be dewatering impacts, but he hasn't put anything into the record that shows where groundwater will occur. Our geologists didn't encounter it in a 50-foot excavation on the block, so we don't see any reason why we should expect it here. In any event, dewatering is common and can be handled safely without causing damage. The quote on the overhead isn't from this project, but it does go to Mr. Karp's credibility. Quote, in his report, Mr. Karp misrepresents the geological investigations that have been and will be performed before construction begins at the site, draws inaccurate conclusions about the construction methods that will be used, and incorrectly describes the impacts of construction on nearby properties and groundwater tables. So you don't have to take my word for it. Take the MTA's. Mr. Karp plays loose with the facts, and conjuring up a worst-case scenario here doesn't require us to do an EIR. Next up, aesthetics. Under state law, aesthetic impacts are no longer considered significant for infill projects. That's within designated areas that include this site. And even if they were, views from sidewalks or stairs are not protected views from parks are, and as you've seen, park views are not obstructed by this project. Finally, this is not the first project to be approved on this site. The city actually approved a 7-unit project here in the 1990s, and they found that it too would not have significant environmental impacts. We're dealing with the same site, the same geologic conditions, and very similar environmental conditions overall. There simply isn't a need for a full environmental review, and the appellants have not provided credible factual evidence to the contrary. With that, I'll ask that you please reject the appeals and uphold the decisions of the Planning Department and the Planning Commission. We believe they're well-reasoned, well-sound. This is a very good project that we'd like to see go forward. Our entire team is available here for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions to the project sponsor? Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Chu. So you heard some of the members of the public school. They came today to talk about their concerns, and what I heard you say was that you would be committed to sit down with them. You heard their concerns today. For me to just hear you say you're committed to sit down with them almost means nothing. You could be committed to meet with them, but are you committed to modify your plans so that the safety of the children will be taken into consideration?
Yes, absolutely. As I said before, the reason that we have not outreached to the school before is because these changes in the construction plan were made in a short period of time between the first and second planning commission. We're more than happy to meet with the school to show them the construction plans, to figure out maybe if there are certain hours where staging shouldn't happen because it's during their pickup and drop-off times. We're more than willing to make changes to the plan to accommodate their concerns.
Can I ask a question of the city planning, I guess? If there's a commitment by the developers to meet with the school district, and yet, and I'm not saying what you're going to do, but let's say the worst scenario is that they don't do anything to help mitigate that situation. Is there something we could put in there to make sure that that happens?
Yeah, Supervisor Yee, Anne-Marie Rogers, through the chair. Yes, the whole conditional use authorization is before you, and as such, you can modify the conditions of approval or add additional conditions to your liking. You could require that they meet with them. If you have specific things that you think are important for the staging, you could add those into the conditions of approval. So anything that's within the realm of what the Planning Commission does, this board could now do.
Would you be able to help me come up with some language to add that in as a condition?
Supervisor Yee, I just want to mention, my staff had worked with the school district and the project sponsor to suggest some language, and I'm happy to share that with you so that hopefully we can put something in that would make some sense. And if you want to work with the planning department in the next few minutes to see if we can work on that, that would be great.
Okay, thank you.
And I think Anne-Marie Rogers has something more to add.
Yes, Liz Waddy did look up the question to the supervisor's previous question, so we do have that now.
Great, thank you. Elizabeth Waddy with the Planning Department. The previous approval from the 1990s included 12,200 gross square feet of residential space in the project.
And this one has how many?
In the new construction, it includes 11,777 square feet of residential space.
I guess really the question I had was the original buildings that were there. Do you know the square footage of that?
I believe the original buildings that were on the lot before they were demolished, before that project was approved, the 5 existing buildings, according to the previous conditional use, were approximately 5,500 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Why don't we now hear from members of the public that wish to support the project sponsor? Please step up.
My name is Louis Silcox, and I live 6 doors away from the property, and I've lived on Telegraph Hill for about 30 years. I just, obviously there are a lot of different opinions here. I would just like to say that I also represent a couple of neighbors who could not be here who support the project as I do, and a few of the people who have spoken today, and I've pulled this from tax records, live in quite large residences replete with parking, and I think it's quite unfair that they should tell people how high their ceilings can be and whether or not they can have parking. The building to the immediate east, owned by Dr. Rutter, is 6,127 square feet, not including a 6-car garage or a full basement under the garage. The building to the left of that is 2 condominiums with about 4,000 square feet and has 4 parking spaces for 2 owners. The building to the left or east of that is 345 Filbert, and that's a total of 5,610 square feet and has parking for each of the owners. There's a building next to that, which is a total of 4,958 square feet, which was actually built in 1988, and it has 4-car parking. So again, this design completely fits into the context of the neighborhood. And there was a driveway cut there previously. I bear witness to that, and it does not impact views from Pioneer Park or Coit Tower. The pedestrian views that everybody keeps talking about from the stairway and that they currently enjoy when they're walking on the stairway were never there before the buildings were demolished because they were unsound. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Grant Uskin. I've lived here in San Francisco for about 8 years now. And I enjoy exploring the city, and this is one area that I've been to actually recently. And it's just kind of an eyesore walking around and sort of out of place. And seeing just accumulated trash and just the fences and how it just looks running up the stairway just seems out of place to me. And I'm involved in the architecture and construction world, and I do love seeing new projects. And from the renderings that I've seen in the green roof and the viewing corridors and the use of materials, it looks like something that would greatly benefit this area. And not only that, but with new construction, it brings new jobs and helps, sustain the economy, and I see it as a big plus. So thanks for hearing me out.
Hello, everybody. My name is Vincent Troll. I am a resident of North Beach, have been for about a year. I'm a current visitor, or I currently visit Coit Tower quite frequently, and as a resident and visiting there often, staring at the current fence and the state of where it is now is not the most aesthetically appealing thing I've seen. So after reviewing some of the plans and the project, I'm excited to see that something positive will be done with the current space and state that it's in right now. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Stewart. I'm a neighbor, an immediate neighbor about a block away, and my day job involves managing and developing mostly affordable mixed-use housing, including North Beach Place on Bay Street. My wife and I walk up Telegraph Hill Boulevard sort of periodically, almost every weekend, and we look at this site. We don't see it as iconic except as a chain-link fence refuse collecting eyesore. In that sense, it is iconic. I've been astounded at this lazy asset sitting there for 17 years doing nothing. So we have this optimum use game we play. What should we do with that site? Well, if you scroll down the possible uses, it doesn't work as a tax credit transaction. It doesn't work as a multifamily market rate 221D4 apartment building. As a special needs development, which we have also been involved with in District 3, it does not work for a lot of reasons on access and financing. As a park, it would be a disaster with a 2-to-1 slope. It's windy, it's rocky, and by the way, there's a park above it with very good views, which will not include a view of the new proposed project. So we end up, in my view, with a single-family detached solution, which we support. An overarching point I would like to make, and that is that when I read the Comptroller's General Fund report, it shows shortfalls of 66, 133, 282, and $339 million from the general fund each year going forward from 14 and 15. This project will generate about $150,000 to $175,000 tax increment. There's a
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Dustin Heitema.
I recently moved to California from Colorado about 2 years ago, and with my wife. My wife and I are expecting our first child this Christmas, and thus have been looking to buy a multi-bedroom single-family home for some time. Coming from rural Colorado, we were shocked to see the serious housing shortage in San Francisco. We've been looking for over a year now, and the inventory for single-family homes is quite limited. I see Coit Tower every morning as I walk to work, and I'm always a bit stunned when I see the vacant lot sitting empty. I've reviewed the proposed plans for the townhomes that are being proposed on 115 Telegraph Hill and adamantly support the project. I have reviewed the project plans and believe the development will not only fill a need for more single-family homes, but greatly enhance the surrounding areas. Coming from someone who is actively looking to purchase a single-family home, I urge you to support this project and vote yes. Thanks for your time.
Next speaker.
President Chu and Board of Supervisors, my name is, excuse me, my name is Robert Middlestadt. I'm an architect, and I've had an office in North Beach since 1985, and I'm a board member of Renew SF. In 2005, I took an option on 115 Telegraph Hill Boulevard and designed a building with 6 market-rate condominiums that met all building planning and zoning codes. When I presented the design to Aaron Peskin, who was then District 3 supervisor, he told me all of the reasons why he and the neighbors couldn't support my design, that I would never get approval to build it. I felt intimidated. Thoroughly discouraged, I released the option on the property, unwilling to devote the years and resources that it would have taken to fight Supervisor Peskin and the neighbors. The organized opposition to the current project has employed the same objections, none of them reasonable nor viable, more or less as a smokescreen to thwart this application. This type of obstructionism has become a true menace to San Francisco, and we are sick of it. Please give your unanimous approval to this worthy project. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Spence. Until recently, I lived on Telegraph Hill, not far from this project. I don't believe that Telegraph Hill dwellers speaks for the residents of Telegraph Hill or North Beach. I support this project, and I think it has wide community support. I particularly support the right of a property owner to develop his property, particularly when the proposed development meets all of the planning and zoning requirements. Those who oppose this project claim that they are working to preserve San Francisco's character. Quite the contrary, I think the opposition represents a high degree of NIMBYism. The strategy of those who oppose this project and virtually every other project in the northeastern area of the city is to spread misinformation and to use scare and delaying tactics so that the project becomes financially unviable for the developer. This has been the strategy for the past 10 years, and I think there comes a time when all of us have to say enough is enough. For this project, that time is now. I ask you to move forward with the projects and to deny the request, to deny the repeals. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Calvin Chan. I own a TIC in the neighborhood and often visit the Coit Tower area. Coincidentally, earlier this year, I took some out-of-town relatives there. We walked up the Filbert Street stairs, and one of them commented how ugly and dirty the vacant lot was. When I spoke to Jeremy Ricks about his project, I was shocked to learn just how long this lot has been vacant. I don't understand why or how one of the most beautiful streets in all of San Francisco could have such a thing. I reviewed the plans that Jeremy and his architects have proposed, and I think that it would be an absolutely wonderful addition to the neighborhood. The proposed homes have a nice modern feel, but also keep with the consistency of the neighborhood, and most importantly, would replace the run-down vacant lot that currently resides there. I strongly support this project and urge its approval. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
I am Kyle Botello.
I'm a resident here in San Francisco and hoping to become a citizen of San Francisco. I come to you from California, also the United States. This is my beautiful home, but more importantly, I come to you blessed, needed, wanted, and loved. I recognize you guys have a lot going on, and I want you to know how much I appreciate the amount of effort you're putting in to bringing to the people the services needed. And I recognize there are a few holes in services that need to be rendered to the people, which is why I come to you with the intention of starting a business. And I guess what I need help with is filling out some of the paperwork and making sure that I receive the support and love from my city and county and from the state of California and from the United States of America, as well as the superpowers that be, to make sure that we can help assist the people who don't have a lot of resources and a lot of money right now, so we can cure depression, because I've suffered with it for a very long time. And anyway, I come to you thankful so far for all of the help that I have received from the people who love me, and I intend to help move forward. So I want to tell you guys thank you very much, because without you, these people wouldn't have been able to help me. And that is across the board, and across the nation, and across the world. And it all started with my mom and dad, and my grandmother, and my families who have gone through their own trials and tribulations. And for everything that I've been through, they still love me. And for the mistakes I've made myself, they still love me. So I love them. So I just want to tell you guys, too, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Bill Ricks, and I own property just 4 doors down from the proposed project. And I wanted to just offer my strong support for the project as planned. For the 25 years that I've lived in the area, that site has been unsightly and an eyesore. And I think that the proposed project would greatly enhance the value of the neighborhood and the beauty of the neighborhood. And I hope that you strongly support it. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in support of the project sponsor? Okay, seeing none at this point, why don't we hear back from the appellant for up to 5 minutes of rebuttal.
Members of the board, my name is Alice Barkley. I'd like to focus on a couple of things, and that is the public view corridor. In my brief submitted to the board on the exhibit, the CAT Acts brief, this is the view right now from Pioneer Park. This is the view. We didn't do this, the project architect did. This is where the view is left, just that. The proposal by the compromise proposal would preserve the view, most of this, of the downtown, and even if they decided to move this building all the way, but if this will lower the height of the building, and
Mrs. Barkley, please speak directly into the microphone.
I'm sorry. This will be how much of the view that will be left. Now, thanks to Supervisor Chu's office, we were able to, oh yes, I'm sure there is. Thank you. Thanks to Supervisor Chu's office, he tried to negotiate, mediate the parties, come up with a solution. Well, what happened is that they pretty much agreed to all of the conditions of approval that is in our Exhibit 16, except for some negotiations that yet to be done on the hours of construction. They also presented, which is very interesting, this particular height reduction, which is a great improvement. We would like to see this even down further, but even at this is a great improvement of what they're proposing. This board, under the general plan, urban design element, objective 2, policy 2.7, you have the discretion to require a design that will serve the public good, and in this case, preserve as much as the view from the public park, Pioneer Park, as possible. So if this board is going to approve this project at all, you must do that. And not only that, but when you're looking at that postcard image of the hill, you also have to require that the back of those buildings step down the hill so that it is not one flat 4 or 5-story surface that just is a blank wall. Finally, the only reason why we're not able to come up with any kind of conclusion in the negotiation is because they insisted that everything has to be done by 3 o'clock today when the negotiation started on Friday. And no one can, with a board of directors, be able to pull everything together. It is not just one person in the THD. And as to Supervisor Yee's question, there is a lot of concern about the school board. At the minimum, this board needs to continue this matter for 1 week so that the party can continue to negotiate, and more important, they can really sit down and let the school board and the school district know what exactly is happening, because you are only getting the developer's view of what may be necessary. So I don't think we're asking a lot for this board to look at the public view corridor, make sure you preserve some of it, and to make sure that you grant a continuance to allow further discussion.
"34 seconds. I'm Susan Brown-Hawley again. I want to, for the record, make sure you have Dr. Karp's credentials, bachelor's, master's, PhD, structural engineering from UC Berkeley, as well as an earthquake certificate. There's been a lot of talk about mitigations needed for Garfield School. Mitigations defeat a categorical exemption. The fact that you have existing regulations, if those regulations include discretionary review by your staff, as has been conceded, that's something that requires SEQA review. It's great to have regulations, but if there's discretion, environmental review is required. May I keep speaking for a little bit?
Sure,
or
I'll just ask you to finish your final thoughts.
All right, thank you very much. The baseline for environmental review is existing, not what might have been approved before, not what was there before. Right now you have an existing situation where there is a view from the steps of Pioneer Park. Under your own planning regulations, those vistas are to be protected, and it is an environmental issue. Your staff told you it wasn't a CEQA issue, but it is under the Pocket Protectors case, which is one of the ones that I've handled. An inconsistency with an adopted plan is a CEQA issue. What you've been hearing from your staff is that they think it's possible that they can mitigate impacts. That is not the basis for a categorical exemption. There are conclusory statements. Does this board really think there's going to be no dust, no possible traffic impacts? The questions about Garfield School, where did the trucks turn around? You have the Board of Education and the principal of the school telling you that they are concerned and they want environmental review. Unanswered questions and mitigation and reliance on future studies cannot allow you to adopt a categorical exemption. So what will happen if you deny the categorical exemption and improve the appeal? What will you get? No one is saying that there shouldn't be a project here. You'll get a better project. You'll get mitigation for impacts that are inconsistent with your planning documents. You'll get mitigation for traffic impacts. You'll get your geotechnical concerns analyzed and mitigated, which is what you need in this very special spot. I probably left out some of the impacts, but I think you get my drift there, that this will be a better project. and requires under state law environmental review. Thank you very much for giving me more time, President Chu.
Thank you. Colleagues, any final questions to any of the parties tonight? Okay. This hearing has been held and is now in the hands of the board.
So let me ask if there are any other comments from colleagues. President Chu.
Thank you, colleagues. And I first want to take a moment and thank and appreciate all the input from the good neighbors on both sides of this discussion around this project. We all know that development issues are never easy in San Francisco, and that is especially true in the northeast corner that I've been honored to represent for the last 6 years. And let me also start by saying that I agree with the appellants that this is a special location. As someone who has been up to Coit Tower countless times over the years, I share a deep appreciation for the views toward downtown across this vacant lot on Telegraph Hill Boulevard. And I also know, though, that these same views are available as you head up to Pioneer Park. I also don't believe that this project responds to our city's affordable housing needs, although it will generate additional property tax revenue to fund all the things that we care about. But that question, as you know, is not before us today. Fundamentally, the question before us is straightforward. Is this categorical exemption appropriately issued by the Planning Department? Clearly, this is a building that is under 6 units in this very urban and dense area. And to my mind, the appellants have not presented substantial evidence of a fair argument that this project will have significant effects on the environment. I also believe that the Slope Protection Act, which was approved by this board in 2008 under the leadership of my predecessor, sufficiently ensures that slope issues are addressed safely and appropriately by the contractors and DBI during construction. So with that, with regards to the categorical exemption, colleagues, I ask that we affirm the CADEX for this project. And if we do affirm it, I do have some additional conditions that I would like to add to the CU authorization.
Thank you. So I know we have items 31 to 33 that are in the hands of the board. Are there any other comments, colleagues? Then can we have a motion? I guess the motion is to affirm the certification of the CADEX, the categorical exemption, to approve item 31, table items 32 and 33. Is that the motion, President Chu? Okay. Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call?
Mr. President has made that motion. Do we have a second?
Seconded by Supervisor Farrell.
Supervisor Kim? Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed? Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 7 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's see. The categorical exemption certification is affirmed, and President Chu has said that he would introduce a number of
potential conditions related to address some of the construction impacts. So, colleagues, as Ms. Barkley for the appellants suggested, my office did try to bring the parties together, and I know that this was a matter that was over a number of months. There were many discussions to try to resolve it. While we weren't able to get agreement between the parties, I do want to suggest that we amend conditions that I believe both parties could agree on. There were a number of concerns raised around construction impact and specifically requested by the appellants, and Title Sheet A0.0 of the plans approved by the Planning Commission, General Notes 23 through 33, addressed construction, staging, and management issues of the project to address the neighbors' specific concerns around project construction. Colleagues, I have circulated to you some additional conditions of approval that I would like to add, and a number of them, we actually made them stricter and clearer than the original conditions that were proposed. And what I'd like to first do is just read them so the public knows what we were talking about, and then I do have a specific question to the to the Deputy City Attorney to just clarify the distinction of the conditions that we're making here. But specifically, there are 11 conditions that I would like to propose be additional conditions of approval, specifically to address some of the construction issues.
President Chu, before you start, let me just say that I forgot to mention that with our vote, we have just approved the final economic impact report. It's finally certified. So now with the 11 conditions.
Final environmental
impact report, yes.
Right. Okay, great. So with regards to the additional conditions of approval, let me just quickly run through the 11 proposed conditions again to generally address the construction impacts. First, along the Filbert Street stair frontage of the property, that there be a well-lit and naturally ventilated pedestrian tunnel to be erected during the duration of the construction period for the safety of individuals on the stairs. Second, that there be a flag person permanently stationed on the top of the Filbert stairs with additional flag persons stationed during excavation and concrete pour phases to ensure the safety of individuals and vehicles in that area. Third, a requirement that trucks waiting to unload material be staged at a location off-site to avoid queuing of construction trucks on Telegraph Hill Boulevard. The off-site truck queuing location shall be determined in consultation with the neighbors, with deliveries made before 4 p.m. on weekdays to avoid any peak afternoon traffic periods on Columbus Avenue, and to the extent feasible, trucks shall be routed to avoid Columbus Avenue. A fourth condition would be to require that construction vehicles use the staging area provided on site and shall be prohibited from using the Coit Tower parking lot for construction staging or queuing of construction vehicles. Fifth, that all applicable weight limits on access roads to and from the site be observed and adhered to. Sixth, until the building is fully enclosed, and these are more specific time restrictions, no construction activity shall be permitted between 5 p.m. and 7 a.m. on weekdays or on Saturday. No construction shall be permitted on Sundays and legal holidays. All construction activities shall comply with our city's noise ordinance. Seventh, a requirement that no construction workers, trucks, tradespersons, project design professionals, vendors, or anyone else related to the construction activities shall utilize the Coit Tower parking lot, but instead shall park at designated parking garages and be shuttled to and from the job site. The eighth condition of approval is that before starting construction, the contractor and the project sponsor shall provide detailed construction plans, and there are descriptions of what we ask for in those plans: truck routes, off-site locations for truck queuing, phasing of construction, the estimated number of truck trips, and that these be provided to a wide variety of city agencies. In addition to that, the project sponsor shall submit plans and inform the Rec and Park Department, DBI, and construction contractors of any concurrent nearby projects to manage traffic congestion. Ninth, and this is to address the issues around Garfield, and I will just read this specifically. Prior to the commencement of construction, the project sponsor shall consult with Garfield Elementary School, the San Francisco Unified School District, the residents on Assessors Block 86, 105, and 104, and within 300 feet of the project site, as well as the Planning Department staff before finalizing the construction staging, traffic, and truck route plans, including A, a schedule of delivery times and dates during which construction materials are expected to arrive, and B, methods to be used to monitor truck movement onto and out of the building site so as to minimize traffic and pedestrian conflicts on Telegraph Hill Boulevard, Filbert Street, and Kearney Street. 10th, that Muni access to Coit Tower shall be maintained at all times during construction, because there were some issues suggesting that would not be the case. And then the last condition would be that the stewardship of landscape areas in the public domain and the Filbert Street stairs along the property frontage shall be maintained by the owners of the subject property, subject to the approval and appropriate agreements with the Rec and Park Department, the Department of Public Works, and the Department of Building Inspection. So those are the conditions that I propose. I've circulated them to you. With that, I do want to just verify with the Deputy City Attorney the specific status of these conditions. So with that.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, as the board indicated, you have upheld the CEQA determination, which was a categorical exemption determination of the Planning Commission, and denied the appeal on that. So I just would offer some clarification that these additional conditions are being if the board chooses to impose them on the conditional use authorization, are being done through the board's authority on appeal of the conditional use authorization and are not to address significant impacts of the project under CEQA, which the board has already determined the CADEX was improperly issued by the planning department. So the board has additional authority under the CU process to impose conditions, even though it has already determined that the impacts of the project will be less than significant.
Okay. So with that, colleagues, what I'd like to ask is that we impose these additional conditions and approve an amended conditional use authorization. So technically that would be amending item 36 into a disapproval of the Planning Commission's decision, but then approving the project with the additional conditions, tabling items 35 and 37.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion? President Chu.
Hold on. Excuse me one moment. Why don't we just proceed as we discussed?
Okay, and it's been seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Okay. So, colleagues, we have a motion. Can we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Kim?
Just to clarify, the motion is to approve item 36 and table 35 and 37.
That's correct.
It's to amend item 36 into a disapproval of the Planning Commission's decision and then approving the project with the additional conditions.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed? Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 8 ayes and 2 noes.
Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify one thing.
Yes.
Apparently, when you discussed the previous item, you referred to an approval of the environmental impact report, and we were affirming the CADEX. So I just want to make it clear that we were not approving an EIR.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you. And colleagues, we have just imposed those additional conditions, approved the conditional use authorization as well. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Call for introductions. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should go into. Let me leave it to the president.
I think we should go into. Well, roll call. Sure. Okay.
The next item is going to be the roll call for introduction of new business. Supervisor Kim, you're first up to introduce new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you could just give me a moment to pull up. Okay, colleagues, I am introducing 2 hearings today. The first is a hearing on the Tenderloin Pit Stop, which is a pilot program that our office spent the last 2 years working on, which began over the summer. It is a pilot program to help address the clear need for restroom facilities throughout District 6. It is one of the top concerns that our office fields from our residents is the proliferation of human and dog waste on our city streets. Public Works and 311 have confirmed that our district receives the most calls for service of any district in the city. In 2012, my office began discussing the potential for a pilot program in our district with DPW that could address both the need for public restrooms, but provide the monitoring that it needs so that the restrooms aren't used for uses other than for people using the bathroom. In the end, and then over the 2 years, we spent time looking for funding sources. In the end, SF Public Works was able to put together a data-driven proposal for 3 staffed portable toilets in the Tenderloin based on surveys of areas in the neighborhood with the highest number of calls for steam cleaning and enhanced services. We were able to work with DPW to complete the funding for this pilot. In partnership with our office and after much community outreach, we began the 6-month pilot in July and dubbed it the Tenderloin Pit Stop. The project is unique in many ways. It offers the triple combo of portable toilets, sinks, and containers to safely dispose of used hypodermic needles and dog waste bags and receptacles. For now, during the pilot, the pit stops are available on a limited basis, Tuesdays to Friday from 2 to 9 p.m., based again on the initial surveying of our neighborhood. They are trucked in and out every day and serviced every night so that they're clean the next afternoon. And what makes this program different, and I think successful, is that these pit stops are fully staffed the entire time they are out in our neighborhood. And this has effectively assured that the bathrooms are used for their intended uses and are kept safe, clean, and secure for those who need it. The facilities are well used. The average daily use at the 3 locations combined averages 157, nearly double from when the program first started in July. And the feedback that our office has fielded from our community residents and workers alike is that this has made a real difference in the neighborhood and that there's a real need for clean and safe public restrooms to provide people a dignified place to go. At the same time as the usage has gone up, the requests for steam cleanings have gone down in the Tenderloin. That is significant because most of our steam cleaning requests specifically pertain to reports of human feces in the public right-of-way. Prior to the Tenderloin Pit Stop, the Public Works averaged 27 requests on an average weekday in our neighborhood. Now they're down to 17. In addition, during the first 14 weeks of the pilot, 275 syringes were deposited in the appropriate receptacles instead of on our streets and not left in our doorways, community parks, or tree wells. The Public Works has identified $155,000 to fund this initial project through January, and as we near the end of the 6-month trial, our office seeks to take a closer look at the Tenderloin Pit Stop to assess its effectiveness and what, if any, tweaks we should consider if we continue it, and to possibly expand it to neighborhoods like 6th Street and the south of Market, where we also experience a high volume of service calls. We want to discuss whether this program would work in other neighborhoods, whether we should adjust the hours or days, and what the financial cost would be to move forward, and how we can leverage other city resources to augment this program, like the existing J.C. Decaux stalls. To the end, I'm introducing a hearing on the results with a presentation from DPW on what resources are currently being employed, the cost-benefit analysis of the pit stop after the 6-month trial, and what recommendations staff have to continue a safe and clean public toilet program and possibly expand to other neighborhoods in our city. The second hearing that I am introducing today is a hearing on police redistricting. As many colleagues know, similar to the Board of Supervisors, SFPD also engages in their own redistricting process, particularly as their population changes and also calls for their services through their different station. One of the most important issues in our district as well is public safety. Regardless of your income, the neighborhood you live in, whether you are a young family or a senior, every resident wants to feel safe walking through their streets, and every neighborhood wants to end criminal activities that they witness in front of their doors. Just last week at a neighborhood meeting, we listened as seniors told us stories about how they were unable to enter or exit their own apartment building because of entrenched drug dealing in front of their neighborhood. A father who was mugged and robbed of his week's earning of over $700 when he went to the corner store to buy a money order to send to his family abroad. The key people that we rely on to keep our safe are our invaluable first responders at SFPD, but they cannot do their jobs effectively if they do not have sufficient resources to address the level of need in their police stations. As many of you know, District 6 includes some of the most challenging neighborhoods in the city when it comes to public safety, whether we talk about 6th Street, well-known hotspots in the Tenderloin, just to name a few. Between the Tenderloin Police Station, which covers just 0.3 square miles and serves a little over 20,000 residents, and Southern Station, which covers 2.9 square miles and serves over 26,000 residents, there's a crime rate of over 176 crimes for every 1,000 people in just the month of April this year. If we compare this with other stations, such as Taraval, which had only 7.26 crimes per 1,000, or even Richmond Station at 9.52, or Bayview at 16.86 per 1,000 people. We want to make sure that there is a process that ensures that resources are properly allocated to address the density of crime in certain areas of the city and also population changes throughout San Francisco. As I had mentioned before, Section 2A.90 of the San Francisco Administrative Code requires that the boundaries of the police department district station be reviewed at least every 10 years and establish factors for consideration as well as a process for adjusting the boundary lines. Today, I'm calling for a joint public hearing of the Board of Supervisors and the Police Commission that will ask the questions that residents of our city want and have been asking about. Where has the population grown since the last district boundaries were established in 2008? What parts of the city experience density of criminal activity, and what types of resources are needed to effectively address this activity? I believe that all members of this board are interested in making sure that their offices, and their districts have input into this process. And I want to recognize in advance Chief Sir and Police Commission President Susie Loftus for their support and commitment to this public process as well as to this joint hearing. And I look forward to working with them on this important issue. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Marr.
Submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today, colleagues, I would like to adjourn our meeting in memory of Paula Minkus. She passed away actually several weeks ago, and when she was traveling in England. Paula was a second-generation San Francisco native, where she grew up in the Richmond district, and lived her entire life, adult life, on Union Street in Russian Hill. Paula was married for 48 years to Ken Minkus and had 2 wonderful daughters, Tracy and Jill, and 4 grandchildren, Leo, Evan, Carmen, and Ivy. Paula began her career in child care in the early 1970s as a parent volunteer at the Telegraph Hill Cooperative Nursery School. Paula went back to school at night and earned her BA from Antioch University and her California preschool teaching credential from City College of San Francisco. She then became a teacher at Telegraph Hill Nursery School. Eventually, she co-founded the Food Day Preschool and after-school programs at Telegraph Hill Children's Center and became the Children's Center's director. This is where Paula served this community for over 25 years, and this is where I actually met her in the 80s. And through the 2 decades over 2 decades I knew her, I got to know her pretty well as an advocate for this particular community and for child care workers in general. We would meet week after week to discuss things of how can we bring services to our city. How can we improve the services for preschool and child care? And how can we eventually, our last battles together were, how can we professionalize people that take care of these children by giving them a respectable wages, and which we eventually won in the city to develop a program that actually gave child care workers stipends of up to $5,000 when they were only earning like $16,000. And it was something that we started in the city with using general funds, and eventually it became a program throughout California. Well, I was sitting around a table one night with my family, and we talked about what I was going to do, and I said, well, I'm going to go to the memorial for Paula Minkus. And then my younger daughter says, Paula Minkus, wasn't she my teacher in preschool? I said, yeah. How do you remember her? And well, her comment was, yeah, I really remember her. She was so nice, and she was able to always talk to me and so forth. It struck me that all this time, my relationship with her and how I know her as an advocate, and yet a 4-year-old could remember an individual for their kindness. This is the type of person Paula was, somebody that can fight and at the same time care about kids. So she rounded out her career as a director of City College of San Francisco's family center. And besides her family and career, Paula had a love for vacation at the Russian River, traveling in Europe, drinking white wine with ice. She will be dearly missed by her family and many friends and colleagues. So the other thing I wanted to introduce was a resolution for free muni for seniors and for seniors and people with disabilities. Colleagues, in the spring of this year, I stood with organizations representing the seniors and disabled community to encourage the SFMTA board to implement a free muni for seniors and disabled people. While hundreds of people testified in support of the program, the SFMTA board of directors decided to only include the program in their budget pending the determination of the agency's fiscal health in January 2015. The voters of San Francisco overwhelmingly approved Proposition A on November 4th, guaranteeing critical funding to the SFMTA, and January is fast approaching. Therefore, colleagues, I stand here today, I'm sitting here today, to urge SFMTA Board of Directors through this resolution to keep its commitment to the senior and disabled community and implement a free muni program that encompasses seniors and people with disabilities. There are many challenges that seniors face living on a fixed income. Even the current fare of $1 can be a hurdle to doing important things like going to the doctor's appointment, visiting friends, or maybe even participating in our civic life by attending this board meeting like every one of you today. Finally, I know that the MTA budget is still limited, and there are many more requests for funding than there is funding available. So I hope the MTA board can go as far as they can in terms of serving our seniors and disabled population. And I remain committed to continue to support all efforts to raise revenue for SFMTA. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, I have 3 hearings that I'm submitting today for introduction. The first is a hearing request on the Muni Equity Strategy and Prop B, which was passed by the voters this last election. This past year, while working on a charter amendment that would build in an equity analysis and an equity distribution of revenue for muni projects. The Municipal Transportation Agency had to work for many months to actually do some real work about how they were actually meeting the needs of low-income people and people of color here in San Francisco. And that great analysis has led to a framework for them to make decisions moving forward. Now that we have new funding coming to the MTA, to about $22 to $25 million a year, I believe. We want to make sure that those new funds are going to be distributed in a way that meets the work that the MTA had done with community groups in my office over the last few months. So I look forward to a thorough discussion about that and making sure that we can hold the department accountable to goals it set for itself, working with the community. I also have a hearing request looking at the impact of the minimum wage on the delivery of services in San Francisco. We know that a lot of services are carried out by nonprofit organizations, and we know that as we're increasing the cost of doing business in the city, that gets translated to workers' salaries through the minimum wage ordinance that we approved. We also need to make sure that small businesses, especially in our corridors that are not doing so well, have access to the services and resources that the city provides, so they can actually thrive more readily in neighborhoods like the Excelsior District, and I'd say in parts of Terraville and Sunset and Visitation Valley and Bayview, and there needs to be a really robust effort from the city to make sure that these small businesses can apprise themselves of what's available for services. So this hearing request will call in the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, the Controller's Office, and the Mayor's Office to talk about what the impact's going to be for making sure we can implement the minimum wage program effectively, and that we can support small businesses as they're transitioning to this higher salary. And most of all, we want to make sure that we have a very robust effort to enforce the program. So that's my third hearing request, is to, as we're giving greater mandate for the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, do we have that office staffed at the level that's going to be matching all of its mandates? So right now, the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement is carrying out the enforcement of our paid sick leave ordinance. It's looking at prevailing wage and how prevailing wage is being conducted in the city. It's also doing enforcement on healthcare security ordinance and our wage theft task force ordinance, as well as the family workplace ordinance. And the staffing level has pretty much stayed the same. And so I think we're stretching very thin the staff's ability to actually carry out its work. And I think it's important that we look at staffing levels to make sure that these ordinances can be carried out effectively and that the benefits that we expect to be given to workers is carried out. So look forward to these hearings going forward, and the rest I'll submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. Colleagues, today I have one in memoriam. It's an in memoriam for the life of Senior Master Sergeant William Cluster Bill Yancey. And I want to acknowledge Senior Master Sergeant William Cluster and other members of the Yancey family in the audience today. I know his daughter Cheryl is here, and others have waited since earlier today. My colleagues and I extend our heartfelt condolences to you during this time of your loss. Our community will remember William for years to come. He was not only a dedicated citizen of the U.S., but an honorable man who was constantly being recognized. He was enlisted in the Air Force in 1954 and then served in the Combat Support Group of the Vietnam War. He served our country for 20 years on active duty and another 10 years in the Air Force Reserves. He has received numerous Category A letters of commendations, acknowledgments, and appreciations from all levels of command at the headquarters, 1st Fighter Wing Air Defense Command, Hamilton Air Force, and was awarded the Air Force Commendation Medals and Ribbons for superior performance, proficiency, and outstanding achievement. Mr. William is also recognized and appreciated for finalizing and negotiating the support agreements for 47 organizations supported by the 4661 Air Base Group. Before retiring in 1975, he worked with Car Electronics as well as the United States Mint. He is survived by his ex-wife, Mrs. Helen Yancey, their children, and countless other family members and friends who were greatly inspired by his courage and bravery to take the initiative and spread his love for others. Thank you for joining us here today. Thank you for your patience. And colleagues, I'm submitting this in memoriam on behalf of my office, and the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Breed. President Chu.
Thank you, colleagues. I have one item, which will probably be my last introduction. And this is an accept and expend of up to $500,000 from the San Francisco Parks Alliance to help fund the Joe DiMaggio Playground Children's Play Area, which is one of my favorite projects in the district. And with that, I do not have any other items to refer. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Supervisor Cohen.
Yes, thanks, colleagues. I'm introducing a hearing today on the local impacts of Proposition 47, which was just passed by voters a few weeks ago. The proposition reduces the most, quote, non-serious and non-violent property and drug crimes, end quote, from a felony to a misdemeanor. And that allows for resentencing of inmates who were sent to prison on conviction of any of the crimes since downgraded to misdemeanors, which is estimated to amount to about 10,000 state inmates. Now, the projected savings is up to $250 million from the initiative would be channeled into safe neighborhoods and schools funds for items including anti-crime programs as well as truancy prevention programs. I'm requesting this hearing to better understand the impacts of how this proposition will have an effect here in the city and county of San Francisco, particularly how we can begin to generate a greater return on the investment in public safety with this projected savings. This hearing will include a presentation from the Sheriff's Office, the Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, as well as adult probation. Madam Clerk, the rest I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Farrell. Okay. Seeing no other names on the roster, that concludes the roll call for the introduction of new business.
Thank you. Colleagues, why don't I suggest we go to general public comment, and I just want to note, I know we have passed over items 38 to 40. Consideration of those items are contingent on our approval of item 45 on the adoption without committee reference calendar. So at this time, Madam Clerk, why don't we go to general public comment?
At this time, the public may comment generally for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, including the mayoral appearance today. And item 45, whether or not the Board of Supervisors should convene a committee of the whole today, and also on the items on the adoption without reference to committee calendar. Public comment is not allowed on items which have already been subject to public comment by a board committee. Please direct your remarks to the board as a whole and not to individual supervisors and not to the audience. Speakers using translation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify. And if you would like a document to be displayed on the overhead projector, please clearly state such and remove the document when you would like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting.
And with that, I just want to reiterate, this is also the time to comment on item 45, which would have the board sit as a committee of the whole to select an interim board president. I want to emphasize that the public comment on item 45 should be confined to the question of whether or not the board should sit as a committee of the whole to select a board president. If the board approves item 45, there will be another opportunity to have public comment about who should or should not be elected to board president. So with that, why don't we now go to general public comment? Sir.
Yeah, I'm gathering my thoughts. I have to pack 2 hours into 2 minutes, so give me a minute. Give me a second. They gaped upon me with their mouths as a ravening and a roaring lion. This is a prophecy a mediocre king made, an excellent prophet, 3,000 years ago, about the crucifixion of Christ. In Psalm 22, Jesus quoted this psalm, probably in its entirety silently, but the first verse he quoted out loud, identifying it as a messianic psalm. Now, how did the enemies of Christ, the scribes and Pharisees, gape upon him as a ravening and roaring lion? You know, when I was a kid, I used to watch a TV show called Mutual of Omaha, Nebraska's Wild Kingdom, and they would have perhaps a lion or a cheetah run after the gazelle and just jump on it and bite down, rip it, and tear. And words are very, very, very powerful. The Bible says that dogs have surrounded me. The bulls of Bashan have surrounded me. The enemies of the Lord, the wicked, have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. I may tell all my bones. They look and stare upon me. They part my garments among them and cast lots for my vesture. Now, how is this fulfilled 1,000 years later? It's interesting because the last verse in Psalm 22 says that they shall go forth and declare his righteousness to a people that will be born 1,000 years later. Well, we read, then they crucified him and divided his garments, casting lots that it might be fulfilled. The scribes and elders said, he saved others, himself he cannot save. If he's the king of Israel, let him now come down from the cross and we'll believe him. He trusted in God. Let him deliver him.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening again, Supervisors. San Francisco gladly welcomes all help we can get to combat congestion on our streets and highways. This ushered in ride-sharing vehicles / taxis. However, passengers who rely on ride-sharing operations are rolling the dice with their life. The following are facts pertaining to ride-sharing and some measures that I believe need to be taken immediately. Let's have an explicit understanding that it is against the law to operate any business without a business permit. Any vehicle performing commerce in San Francisco must be certified and have appropriate decals affixed it in such a manner that identification numbers are clearly visible from a distance of at least 35 feet. This should also pertain to vehicles that are performing recycling activity and for limousine service that have elected to conduct services as a taxi. Any self-employed individual in San Francisco, irrespective of which state the company might be based in, must be required to obtain a permit to conduct business in San Francisco. There is no distinction between ride-sharing operations and subhaulers. I recommend that all ride-sharing operations and individuals not in compliance with the city and state and federal regulations in San Francisco should cease and desist until such time they are in compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, President Chu and supervisors. If the city don't mind and those items do shine and you're feeling kind, oh, won't you, President Chu, stay a little bit longer? Please, 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 tell me gonna stay. And if you're feeling kind, you can have a little more wine. And the city's gonna be looking real fine. Oh, won't you stay just a little bit longer, President Chu? Say they're gonna stay here, and we're gonna have a good time. I wanna hear some more of those speech lines, and we're gonna be fine. Oh, won't you stay a little bit longer? Please, 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 say you're gonna stay.
Walter, I'm going to miss you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, supervisors. My name is Deborah Benedict. I live in the South of Market area, and I just wanted to say that three of the things that were said towards the end of this meeting were pertinent to things that I've been involved in. First and foremost, I wanted to say thanks for a hearing that's going to be coming up on safety. I live in the South of Market area. As I said, there's a lot of property crime down there, and we have an infestation of crack dealers who have taken over the corner of 9th and Mission. And I can tell the supervisors that one of the effects of Proposition 47 is that when I spoke to a couple of police officers who were standing no more than 500 feet away from where the crack dealers were located, and I mentioned that they might want to use their radios to call into the Southern Station to ask for someone to sort of chase them away, they said, well, you voted for Prop 47, so this is what you get. So, I can't say that the attitude of the police officers related to trying to stop illegal activity on that corner is really very positive since 47 passed. And I wanted to say a special thank you for the supervisor's interest and promotion of free muni for seniors and people with disabilities. I am a person with a disability and am right on the teetering edge of seniorhood. And I know that there are very, very low income people such as myself who really could use that support around getting MTA to allow for free muni for seniors and people with disabilities. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate your interest in that area. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Supervisors, my name is Mike Casey. I'm with Local 2, the Hotel Workers Union. I want to speak to item number 45. This board has been hailed as one of civility and transparency, civility and well-bred manners, fairness and debate and discussion. But civility goes beyond just decorum and the way in which people talk to each other. Civility is about inclusion and making sure all voices are heard. And I find it unbelievable that you would consider such a weighty matter today as who's going to be the president of the board, a very important position, a position that assigns key committee assignments, makes a lot of important decisions, that you would do that without the supervisor from the Mission District. Recently, there was a very hotly brutal campaign between Supervisor Chu and Supervisor Campos, in which the very future of this city was discussed in great detail about the kind of city we're going to be, about holding accountable the global corporations that have so much sway in this city. And the strongest voice for tens of thousands of voters that went to the polls and well over 1,000 volunteers who walked the streets was David Campos. I talked to a lot of voters during this last election. People were cynical when 60% of California voters stay away, when almost half the voters in this city didn't vote. It's because they're cynical. It's actions like this, where a matter as important as the president of the board would be decided without one of you there, is really troubling to me. And I would hope that you would consider that and work hard. Find a day when everybody can be here. I know you can schedule special meetings. Why not schedule a special meeting when every board member can be here to speak and express their opinion and have a voice? David Campos should not.
Next speaker.
Say anything else, congratulations on the campaigns. Everybody is back. I'm seeing faces that I have seen for a long time, and I'm very glad to see that everyone is back. And unlike Walter, I don't think that our president is going to be staying much longer. And what I would ask of you right now today is to take very seriously what I take very seriously, what the women's community takes very seriously, is the job that you do. Because we work with you every week on important pieces of legislation, how we can possibly work with you to change, moderate, or fix some kind of budget impasses that we may have. But it's about women's, and women's issues are crucial. We can't wait, and you're important. You're the actual body that makes the decisions for us and works together with us to make that happen. So please, don't wait. Make the decision now, and please vote for a new president. And I'm sorry, but I don't think our current president can stay longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Long day for you guys, huh? But it's a beautiful room. My name is Nissim Laniado. I'm 64 years old. I reside in the Marina District. I've been a resident of San Francisco for the past 35 years. I've made a decision to run for the mayor of the city and county of San Francisco.
Sir, you are not allowed to campaign here.
I'm not campaigning, sir. I have a business I'm talking about.
Okay, if you could keep your comments to that. You just announced a campaign. Thank you.
I'm an entrepreneur. Good-looking one, too. And you may look at some of my accomplishments, none of them political. I help the city of San Francisco. You can look at my website. My name is nissimlaniado.com. You look it up. I have built and remodeled more houses in San Francisco than you can believe. I own more buildings here than you can believe. I've made a fortune here for a reason. It's not because I'm good looking. I'm a hard worker. My family, sir, at the age of 21, I managed 50 stores in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In 1976, sir, I was a district manager with an office on Powell Street, managing 50 stores. By 28, I managed 500 stores. Now in San Francisco, sir, I created employment, body options. Some of you may know it. I had 20 stores, all in street stores.
May I finish the sentence, sir?
You have 27 seconds.
30, thank you very much. You can look at my website and you're going to know what I could do. I'm not only cool and funny, you know, I honor Mr. Who's the man who died? Robin Williams. He's bipolar, but he died. I'm bipolar, but I'm cool. You're going to see me around. You're going to love me because I'm funny as he is. He just talked to me about you guys. He said you're hard workers. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Victims of the cabal, my name is Christopher Dahl, and I live at 6th and Howard, currently 14 meters and 10 blocks from sea level. I rise to comment about the use of the Christian Bible in political discourse. In the interests of full disclosure, I will say that I have been what might be called an apostate Christian since I was 13 years old. That's when I took the confirmation ritual at the local base chapel. I lied when I said I believed all that stuff. I lied for my mother and her peace of mind, and she has since passed, and the facts won't hurt her now. I would draw your attention to that book in the Bible, the two books called Samuel. Here the narrative is about the founding hero of Israel, David. After killing Goliath, King Saul brought David into his household, which included Saul's eldest son and heir, Jonathan, David being about 13 and Jonathan about 21. There are two verses in which I read as being significant to the arguments about homosexuality and its social and legal standing today. The first is, David loved Jonathan with a love that surpasseth the love of women. The implication of sexual activity is obvious. The second verse is, David loved Jonathan as his own soul. The implication of lifetime commitment is also obvious. Members, I can have no faith in any person who cannot find acceptance in the one verse and sanctity in the second. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, President Chu, colleagues. My name is Mario Yedidi. I work at San Francisco Rising. We're an alliance of tenant and worker organizations across San Francisco. I'm here to speak to item 45, following up pursuant to an email that our leadership committee member, Chelsea Boylard, sent to the board earlier today. Please don't go ahead and vote on a president today, especially while your colleague from District 9 is missing. I'd like to associate myself with the comments made by Mike Casey earlier. It just doesn't feel appropriate at all, especially in the wake of that last election. Sincerely hope you do not go forward today on item 45. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, President Chu, Supervisors.
If you could pull your microphone closer to. Great, you could pull it down.
Pull it down, thank you.
Thanks.
So I would like to address the free muni. I am appreciation of the effort in this coming to being addressed. I looked at my income as if I were to break down what I get for an hourly salary if I were working, it is equivalent to $5.06, and the cost, the hourly wage right now is going to be $15. So I am a senior. I'm a disability person, and I am in favor of what Supervisor Martin Lee, I'm sorry, excuse me, Norman Yee. I appreciate so much what you've been advocating for, and I also want to mention that we San Francisco and San Jose are the one of the 10 expensive cities to live in, and San Jose has free muni or a few free bus service, and I would like to ask, beg, plea for everyone to agree that we disability people and seniors get free bus service. It would be a great help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, President Chu and supervisors. I'm Julie Fisher, a resident of San Francisco, and have worked in San Francisco and voted the last 30 years. And I just wanted to add to the consideration for item 45, ask that you choose not to vote for a president of the Board of Supervisors this evening, but that you preserve your previous practices and choose when everybody is present. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Patrick Connors. I'm curious about the problem this board seems to have with voters. Not long ago, you nearly overturned the election of the sheriff in a grotesque display of opportunistic political overreach encouraged by the mayor. When a proposal was made to allow San Franciscans to vote on ending mayoral appointments to this board, a majority of you declined to allow voters the opportunity to enact that change, thus hoarding your power. Now you appear determined to force a vote on president of this board when an important voice, the representative of District 9, is not present. It's obvious to anyone with a brain in their head that you're rushing this vote in order to wrest control of the outcome, another political power grab by a body that's increasingly more responsive to tech billionaire power brokers than you are to the people you're supposed to be representing. I ask that you at least pretend to be influenced by the voters and wait until December to elect a board president. Undoubtedly, it will be a very difficult struggle for San Francisco to cope without a board president temporarily, but somehow we will survive. Perhaps we'll just pretend this is August when you're all on break.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Bryan, and I didn't come prepared to speak because I didn't think I'd get off work in time. So I'm just here to echo what Mike Casey said. I really agree with what he said. He summed up my feelings, and I think those of many, many more. There's a real sense that we don't have democracy in San Francisco anymore, and one of the most undemocratic things that the board will do today will be to vote without the presence of David Campos. There's no reason why we can't wait for the full board to be here. And I also want you to know why I'm here. I am really here because as a resident of San Francisco, I'm really tired of all the human suffering that I don't see getting addressed. And I want a chance for a board president who's going to look out for all of us. I leave my job site today for a cup of coffee and I see a guy on the ground in his underwear getting arrested. I walk over here and I have to find a police officer because there's a guy with a bat about to attack somebody in the bathroom on Larkin and Grove. There's a lot of human suffering. I go out my door where I live and there are memorials to young men who have been murdered in the last couple of weeks. And I want to have a board president who's going to take all of these issues into account and is going to represent the city as a whole, represent my district, because I don't know that we always get the representation that we deserve. So I'm going to urge you to please delay the vote. There's no need to do it today. We deserve the participation of a full board. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dana Rose. I live in the Mission. I spoke at the meeting on October 28th, and I talked about the high rates of breast cancer in the Bay Area, and especially in Marin, which had the highest rates of breast cancer in the world. In Marin, when people learned about that hormone replacement therapy, synthetic estrogen was causing higher rates of cancer, heart attacks, and strokes. Usage plummeted 66%, and within 2 years, incidence of invasive breast cancer went down 33%, a 2-to-1 ratio, an astounding drop, suggesting that HRT was playing a significant role in half the cases of breast cancer. The drug companies had been told by leading scientists and medical organizations that synthetic estrogen should not be put on the market until it was thoroughly tested. Research from Johns Hopkins, Yale University, Northwestern University, University of Chicago showed that estrogen was causing cancer, birth defects, and blood clots in animal testings, and well might do the same in people. The drug companies chose to disregard this advice. They managed to win FDA approval. It stayed on the market, untested, for 60 years. At one point, 30 to 50% of postmenopausal American women were taking it. It was the most profitable drug in history. And the cancer it caused was very aggressive. Women had a 96% greater likelihood of dying from it. It promotes cell growth. I go to Marin and around the Bay Area talk about these issues. I am getting enormous harassment for doing so. Cancer and most of our major diseases are largely preventable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Teresa Flandrick from North Beach, and I'm here to beg you, please, not to make any vote today without a complete, full board present. I also want to thank Norman Yee, Supervisor Yee, for, bringing up the issue of free muni for our seniors, working with SDA. I see that as a real need. People are too much in isolation right now, and this would enable them to use their precious dollars for food and other things while traveling to be with other groups of people and not be alone. I also want to say I didn't know about Paula. But I have her recipe for cheesecake that is amazing that I've been making for 25 years since my son was in Paula's preschool. So thank you for honoring her. And give me a call if you need the recipe.
Next speaker.
Good evening, President Chu, honorable members of this Board of Soups. Frank Martin del Campo. I'm proudly serve on the Executive Committee of the San Francisco Labor Council, speaking in that capacity. I rise in unison with all the previous labor voices. They have eloquently offered their thoughts. I would like to add another one. It appears to me that after the November 4th elections, it's very clear that a very rigid and cold wind has swept this country, and that includes San Francisco. That feeling exists amongst the working people and the communities of San Francisco. The moving forward, I think, would increase the feeling of a government that no longer listens to its people and that, in fact, rules from above. A thoughtful process to ensure that we're reconciling, right, rather than heating up and accelerating the conflicts that have already been seen so clearly throughout our nation and here in San Francisco, are handled in a way that we would all like to see. After all, in conclusion, it's our children that we're making decisions for, the kind of society they will live in. And if we delay the vote, have a thoughtful process, we are creating a better life, less conflict, and more security and more legitimacy for those that represent us and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bobby Coleman, San Francisco Tenants Union, and naturally we encourage on item 45 a continuance. Of course, doing it in the standard way is going to instill more confidence in this body and in the government process in general. And for that reason, the tenants support a delay in the deliberations until the full body can convene. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name's Otto Duffy. I'm a Tenderloin activist. I would imagine it's a pretty hard thing to elect a president. I'm having seen it done a few times. It's pretty awkward. If you're elected to this body, naturally you think you can do things for the city, and you certainly must imagine that you yourself would make a good president. So therefore, in order to elect one, you have to set some number of, you would at least 10 out of 11, have to set that aside to support somebody else. And I imagine it's a very difficult thing, and certainly it's a decision for you as a board to make. As far as when you make it or when you don't make it, I sat here through the mayor's thing, and that was all pretty much set up, much more set up than I imagined it to be. If you've got it all set up, who the next president is going to be, and you've got the 6 votes, save us all some time. I disagree with the progressives sometimes, although I consider myself one to be. It's just a matter of efficiency.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Someone left their paper here. I'm becoming aware that you guys are in need of some assistance for a management role, and I just want to let you know if you guys need any help, I'd be happy to help you. So my name's Kyle, and I'm here. So if you need help, please let me know.
Thanks for the help. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the Board of Supervisors. I would like to speak about number 45. I believe that we should go forth and have the meeting of the whole so that you can elect another president of the Board of Supervisors. I think that President Chu has done an excellent job, and I see no reason why the City of San Francisco business should come to a halt because a member of the Board of Supervisors has chosen to be absent again. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in general public comment? Please step up.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, I think on item 45, you should find a time when all the members of the board are here. Whatever one thinks of the candidates, certainly the one who's not here got a very large number of votes in the highly contested election and clearly has a lot of city support, at least in that election. Second, so I'd recommend that you not go forward until the full board can be present, as many prior speakers have just said. Second, congratulations to the president of the board for his election, and best wishes for serving the public in Sacramento starting December the 1st. Third, I hope that the supervisors, and would ask the supervisors to think about any future president of the board and board procedures that follow more closely democratic principles than have come to be standard. A number of ideas with respect to improvements. First of all, to reinstate the 3 minutes that are legally required under the Sunshine Ordinance for public comment, rather than the 2 minutes that have been so long in practice. Second, to stop pulling the plug on the microphone when speakers are finishing up what they have to say. Third, not to call the sheriff deputies on folks who are peaceably making public comment, and instead arresting them, removing them, and even just reminding them, all of which are highly intimidating to the folks and certainly the general public. And finally, not violating the Sunshine Ordinance.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in general public comment? Okay, seeing none, general public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, could you go to our adoption without committee reference calendar?
Items 45 through 50 are being considered for immediate adoption without committee reference. A single roll call vote may enact these items. If a member objects, a matter can be removed and considered separately.
Colleagues, would anyone like to sever any of these items?
I would like to sever item 45.
Okay. Can we take a roll call vote on the balance of the adoption calendar, items 46 through 50? Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
President,
Yes.
I believe Supervisor Kim has an amendment to make to item 49.
Okay. So let's sever item 49. If we could take a roll call vote on the balance of the adoption calendar, that's items 46, 47, 48, and 50.
Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed? Aye. Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Those motions are approved. And before we take item 45, let's just do item 49 quickly.
49, Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay. Item 49 is a motion to schedule the Board of Supervisors to sit as a committee of the whole, acting in its capacity as the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency, to hold a public hearing on November 25th, 2014, to approve actions by the Commission on Community Investment, Infrastructure to subordinate property interests in a site designated for affordable housing in the Trans Bay Redevelopment Project area.
Supervisor Kim?
Was Supervisor Avalos before me on the roster?
Supervisor Avalos on item 49?
I'm going to speak about item 45.
Okay. I'd like to just resolve item 49.
Thank you. Sorry, on item 49, we are just submitting an amendment that actually sets the date for which we sit as a committee of the whole on the interim finance for the Trans Bay Transit Center. So this amendment merely sets the date of the committee of the whole to Tuesday, December 9th at 3 p.m.
Okay. Supervisor Kim has made a motion to amend the motion, seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Without objection, the motion to amend passes. And on the underlying motion, colleagues, can we take this item same house, same call with regards to the motion as amended? Without objection, this motion is approved as amended. And now why don't we go to item 45, Madam Clerk?
Item 45 is a motion that the Board of Supervisors convene a committee of the whole today, November 18th, for the purpose of receiving public comment on nominations and to open the election for the office of Board President to fill any unexpired portion of the vacancy remaining in the term that ends January 8th, 2015 at 12 p.m.
Supervisor Avalos.
Colleagues, I am totally fine to sit as a committee of the whole to vote for the person who will be serving as the interim president of the board, but I'm not interested in doing that today. I don't think today is the right day to do that. We have one of our colleagues who is not going to be here today, and actually he represents a district that will not be able to have their voice heard in the interim president vote, and I don't quite think that's right. I don't think that's the kind of Board of Supervisors that we have been purported to be, one that's democratic, one that's civil, one that's collegial. I don't think it's very collegial to exclude one person from the vote when there isn't really a pressing need to get this settled on today. I do believe it's also important that the full contingent of the Board of Supervisors who will be serving with this president of the board can vote on that on the nomination and to vote to elect this president, this interim president of the board. It could very well be that President Chu will leave December 1st. We have a vote on December 9th. It could very well be that we'll have the District 3 supervisor set, and sworn in at that time to actually vote on December 9th. That day seems like the best day to actually have our vote for the interim president. There was a story I saw just tweeted to me a couple hours ago, an NBC story saying how there has been a work by President Chu to help heal this city, especially healing the city with a race for the assembly that was actually very heated, very contested, often, in a tenor that was well beyond what we expect of, people who have worked together for many, many years at City Hall. To actually stage the vote today, when that colleague is not here, is not about healing. It's about taking away the right that we should all have to take part in making democracy happen in this very chamber. And so, colleagues, I really hope that we do not vote today. I do not think that it is what we should be doing. It's not collegial. It's not working out. I think next week, one of our other members, Malia Cohen, is not going to be here. We shouldn't vote next week either. Because I don't think Malia Cohen and her district should be excluded from having a determination who's going to be the interim board president. But it makes sense that when we're all going to be here on December 9th, that we take part in that vote. So I would like to send this item to committee
I don't think that we should continue this item to the 9th, but I actually want to send it to committee so we don't have to vote on it today at all. And I hope you can join me in that effort because to have this vote today, I think it doesn't bode well for what this city is about, what this board represents as an institution that cares for collegiality, civility, and democracy. I hope you join me in making sure that we can send this to committee.
So I understand, Supervisor Avalos, you're making a motion to send this item to committee? Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Supervisor Marr. Discussion. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, President Chu. I will not be supporting the motion to send it to committee. I think we're ready to elect a board president today, and we should move forward and elect that interim president today so that we can have a seamless transition when President Chu takes the oath of office in the California Assembly at noon on December 1st, that rather than having 8 days with no board president and convening on the 9th with no board president, we'll have a board president ready to go. It makes all the sense in the world to do it now. And I have to say, I know there's been a lot of rhetoric and drama stirred up by some people about the scheduling of this vote. It's a very standard political tactic. If you don't agree, just say there's some sort of nefarious plot going on. There's something undermining democracy. There's something not being collegial. There is absolutely no basis for any of that. The fact is that Supervisor Campos today chose to go on vacation instead of coming to the board meeting, to leave the country on vacation instead of coming to the board meeting. I would love to leave the country and go on vacation today, but I'm here at this board meeting. He had every right in the world to do that. He just went through a very, very heated and I'm sure exhausting race for the state assembly. He had every right in the world to choose to take a well-deserved vacation. But to suggest that because one colleague chose to take a vacation instead of attending the board meeting, that somehow it's nefarious or not collegial or anti-democratic for the board to proceed with the people, with the business of the people, I just don't agree with that. And the fact is that between now and the end of the year, it is highly likely that we will be operating with only 10 supervisors for each and every meeting. We know about next week, but in addition, I don't want to predict what the mayor is going to do or what timing he's going to pursue, but it may very well be the case that President Chu's appointment or successor is not appointed until January, in which case we will be short one supervisor in the month of December as well. And so that means that no matter what day we hold this vote, there is a high likelihood that one district will not be represented. And so to suggest that this has something to do with disenfranchising Supervisor Campos is just completely disconnected from the reality of the situation. Because any day that we schedule this vote, there will almost certainly be one district that is not represented that day. And I'm all for doing it at a time when we'll then have a seamless transition. Since we have to choose one of those days, why not do it so that we can seamlessly transition from one board president to another? That, to me, is good government. That is democratic. That is collegial. And that's how I will be voting today.
Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. Thank you, President Chu. This is my opinion, and it's not based on rhetoric or anything. It's just how I feel that we have a situation. It's an odd situation, and we're faced with it. And basically, we have 10 members of the Board of Supervisors here today. We're probably going to have 10 next week. And then if we were to do a similar action, in the first meeting in December, we're going to have 10. My feeling about this is that, yeah, we might have 10. The 10 that I want prefer to have vote on this would be the 10 people that are going to be here in January and February and so forth. It's not to take away from President Chu or anything, but the fact that we're going to have to work with whoever the president is, that's my preference, is that if we get the 10 people that are going to be here in January to get to a vote. The issue of whether or not it's seamless or not, you could argue it could be better if it's seamless. However, when somebody wins an election and they happen to be leaving office as a president, there's usually there could be an empty seat for a while until you get to January when you actually vote for the president. So I'm comfortable with that, that there's only a few days where we're actually not doing any business for us to vote on a president in December. So again, I don't want to have this be labeled as if I'm thinking more of, well, is it really Campos or is it somebody else? It doesn't matter to me whether it's this individual that's not here today. It could be somebody else. I would say the same thing, and I feel strongly about that.
Supervisor Avalos.
I'll stand up. So let's just say it's a fact. It's exclusion of David Campos. If we're going to vote for the interim president of the board, and David Campos can't take part in it, and we have the ability to actually schedule a time when we can actually have the vote with him present, then we should do that. That's democratic. That's collegial. You can say it's not democratic or it's democratic what we're doing today. It's not. There's an opportunity that we have to show a great deal of grace today about how we're going to have a vote for the board of president. We can vote with grace or we can vote without grace. And I actually am on the fence right now, deciding myself whether I walk out and protest because one of my colleagues is being excluded from voting, when we should be voting all together. And if he's going to be excluded, then maybe I'll walk out and not vote either. It's not a statement about anyone who could win or get all the votes to win. I don't even think David Campos voting creates an advantage for anyone in particular that David Campos would choose to vote for. But I believe it's just more about fairness and democracy, civility, and collegiality. So I'm considering walking out, but I think we have the opportunity to vote with grace today by sending this to committee and voting another day.
Thank you. Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion to send this item to committee. Today in the Transportation Authority Plans and Program Committee, Supervisor Marr and I waited 15 minutes in order to have a quorum to start the meeting. As a supervisor, we get these schedules and we actually approve the schedule for the meetings that we have. And to make the public wait because we're late or to not move forward with doing the public's business because we decided to take a vacation during a time when we have a board meeting. I mean, just like Supervisor Wiener, I would have loved to go away during this week rather than be here dealing with some of the challenges of the job, which we all deal with on a day-to-day basis. But the reality is, I plan my schedule around my responsibilities as a member of the Board of Supervisors. And so whether someone chooses to take a vacation during a day that a meeting is scheduled or not, I'm not judging them for doing it, but I am not willing to put the people's business on hold in order to wait till someone comes back from vacation. And the second thing is, I think it would be more responsible for us to make this decision today or make this decision next Tuesday, but definitely this decision should be made before David Chu leaves the presidency, period. There should never be a time when we don't have a member of this body acting as president to carry on the business of the Board of Supervisors. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Breed, I just wanted to say that as the chair of that committee this morning, one of our colleagues had a legitimate health issue, and these things come up, but this is an incredibly important decision that we have to make, that I'm in agreement with lots of my colleagues that we should be really paying attention, that all of us should be here. But let me go to President Chu.
Supervisor Moore, I understand, but it's not the first time that it happened. And it happens on a regular basis, and it is frustrating, not from just me, but members of the public as well. Thank you.
President Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I believe that a vote today to select an interim board president is important for the board, as suggested by our board clerk, Angela Cavillo, to ensure a smooth transition on December 1st. If we don't select a board president this week or next, there will be no board president between December 1st and December 9th. And I do want to respond to Supervisor Avalos' perspective. We did try to find a date that would work for everyone. Unfortunately, there is no such date that's going to work. There are ongoing board president duties, and while hopefully a vacancy will not have a significant impact, it could, and I don't see why we should take that risk. Choosing beforehand also allows one of our colleagues to prepare to chair the December 9th meeting, and I do think it is our responsibility to consider this question before the board today. And from my perspective as a representative for District 3, I think it's important also to represent my district. And we also know, colleagues, it takes 6 votes to have someone selected as our board president. So the fact that we do not have a colleague does not impact that vote total. We still need to achieve that vote roll. So with that, I will not be supporting the motion to refer this to committee.
So, colleagues, we have a motion on the floor. Shall we have a roll call on that, Madam Clerk? So it's a motion, Supervisor Avalos.
I'll make one last statement about it. I've been saying for over a week now, before David Campos had left, that this should not be scheduled. We should not be voting today. This is not, if we were actually to delay the vote and there was a gap between having a board president of a few days, that is not going to create a hardship for the city. I think that the clerk's office can still function just as well without having a board president, but I think what's important overriding is having democracy and having a belief that we are working in a way that the public expects us to work and the way we expect to work with one another. And I think that we're giving that away today by forcing a vote on ourselves when one of our colleagues cannot be here to be part of it. And I do believe that to me, it's also important that the people who will be serving on the board have the play the role and actually take part in the vote to elect the interim president. And it could very well be in December 9th that we'll have a new supervisor in District 3 to take part in that vote. And certainly when it comes to January 8th, that can happen as well. And the mayor has the greatest advantage to appoint someone because we couldn't get on the ballot a measure to have a vote for appointments instead of having appointments, have a vote of the people. So the mayor is going to have an appointment, and he has the greatest advantage to decide who is going to be the board president by selecting that person. So I believe it's not going to be any disenfranchisement of District 3. And then with that, let's vote. Supervisor Moore.
Yeah, I wanted to say, to be fair to President Chu, our clerk Angela Calvillo did issue that memo. There is a rationale for us to follow through with voting today, but I wanted to say, as your colleague Supervisor Chu for now 6 years on this body, your friend since the 90s, that this is not the way to leave this body. It's creating more division as we're being forced to vote, and I'm in support of all of us that will have to work together in the next couple of weeks to select a permanent board president for the next 2 years. But I don't think it's in the spirit of collegiality, as others have said, and I don't intend to participate in a vote today to select somebody because I think it's illegitimate and it's not fair to this body, and it leaves us in a more divided manner than we should be. We should be moving forward in a united manner. So I urge you and appeal to you not to force this vote today, because I do not intend to participate in a vote that's illegitimate to me.
Supervisor Wiener.
You know, I wasn't intending to speak again, but I'm sorry. I have to respond to those last two comments. To the extent that anything is happening today that is either divisive or not collegial, it's because people have chosen to make it that way. We will only move forward if 6 members of this board vote to move forward. This is not about President Chu forcing anything on anyone. He has 1 vote out of 11. And so to suggest that this is somehow forcing anything or it's divisive to ask the body whether 6 of us want to move forward or that it is somehow divisive, that is not, it's been the reaction that has been divisive. That is what has been divisive. And, the fact is that because of the vacations and then because of the likely vacancy continuing throughout December, there will be 1 district who will not have a representative participating in this short-term interim pick. And it's not about the individuals sitting in this chamber. It's about the people that we represent. And so in terms of who's going to be remaining, and maybe it's better to disenfranchise District 3, well, that's 70,000 people who are not going to have a supervisor voting. And so however we do it, there's no district that's more important than any other district. Each one has 70 or 75,000 residents of the city who deserve to be represented. And so all of the things being equal, there's going to be 1 district absent at every meeting through the end of the year. Why not do it so that we have a seamless transition from one board president to another? And there is nothing uncollegial about that. There is nothing divisive about that. That is highly democratic, and we should be rejecting this motion and moving forward today.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thanks. I think there's one point that I definitely want to highlight and remind folks is that we are representatives of the city and county of all of San Francisco, and the issues that we vote on and everything that we review on, still it incorporates folks in District 3, 6, 9, so on and so forth. So it's a little bit misleading to say that there is no representation. We heard just a committee as a whole on an issue that was in Telegraph Hill that we voted on, and we do this and we operate in this capacity all the time. So in my mind, we're still acting in line. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk. We are representatives of the entire city, not just our respective districts. Thank you.
Colleagues, any further discussion on Supervisor Avalos' motion to refer this item back to committee? Okay, on the motion, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Breed, no. Supervisor Chu.
No.
Chu, no. Supervisor Cohen.
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell.
Nope.
Farrell, no. There are 4 ayes and 6 noes.
Motion fails. And with that, colleagues, unless there's any discussion, why don't we vote on the motion at item 45 on whether we should approve the motion scheduling the Board of Supervisors to sit as a committee in the whole today, November the 18th. Unless there's more discussion, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Supervisor Kim. Kim, no. Supervisor Marr.
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. There are 6 ayes and 4 noes.
The motion to sit as a committee of the whole is approved. Madam Clerk, could you please call items 38 to 40?
Item 38 is the Board of Supervisors convening a committee of the whole for a public hearing of persons interested on commenting on the nomination and the opening of the election for the office of board president in the event a vacancy occurs to fill the unexpired portion of the term ending January 8th, 2015 at 12 p.m. Item 39 is the item to receive nominations for president of the board, and item 40 is the election of the president of the board to fill the vacancy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, as you know, at noontime on December the 1st, I will be sworn in the State Assembly, so that means after 11:59 a.m. on that date, I will no longer be serving as your board president. So we are holding a hearing to receive public comment on nominations and the opening of an election for the office of the board president to fill the unexpired portion of the term ending January the 8th, 2015 at 12 p.m. Madam Clerk, could you please read other items related to the public comment on this period?
Item 38 is public comment on nominations and the election to fill the vacancy in the board president's office for the remaining term ending January 8th at 12 p.m. Items 39 and 40 are the items associated with receiving nominations and an election. Members of the public may now address the board for up to 2 minutes on the nomination of a board member to fill a vacancy in the office of president of the board. If there are public speakers utilizing interpretive assistance, they will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify. And if you would like to use the overhead projector, you are welcome to.
So at this time, any member of the public that wishes to speak with regards to the nomination and election of any board member, you are free to step up to the mic.
Good afternoon, President Chu, members of the Board of Supervisors. I believe that we need a board president that continues with the excellent job that President Chu has done, being a staunch supporter of women's rights and speaking out about domestic violence. I believe that the next board president should be true to those values, and I would like to see Supervisor London Breed as the next board president. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I would just like to say that I agree with everything that Marilyn said. I know how important, as I've said before, the women's community is and the work that we're doing is, and I know that we do have supervisors who have been actively involved in helping us with legislation and with getting our work done. And like Marilyn, I support London Breed. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I hope you walk out. And if you do, I hope that stops the vote from happening tonight. And I hope that you doesn't there have to be a majority vote? Doesn't there have to be 5 of you? I don't know. Well, we'll make up the rules as we go along. That's fine. But I hope all of you walk out, at least the ones that have integrity.
I recall when Supervisor Gavin Newsom was introducing Care Not Cash and this consternation on then board president Tom Amiano as it went on for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I actually kind of think you've handled this pretty well today. And anything, I might have referred to someone as Supervisor Pinball at one time, but I want you to know that I meant it only in the deepest level of greatest respect.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I just wanted to express my support of Supervisor London Breed for future president of the Board of Supervisors. I think it's important that we have a strong woman who has been a very strong and vocal supporter of the arts, of communities of color, of the LGBT community, and everything that is good and wonderful about San Francisco. And I think that she would make a wonderful president of the Board of Supervisors.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in this public comment period? Okay, seeing none, public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, could you please read the next item?
Mr. President, Supervisor Avalos is on the roster.
Supervisor.
Actually, well, I'll say it now, just based on public comment. I'm not clear if I'm going to vote or not, but I actually have been in the position of having been nominated for president of the board before, and it was very special. So just want to say to people who I might not be voting for, good luck, and I hope that you serve us well if you're voted today.
And Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you. To be clear, we're on item 39 now?
Yes, we are on item 39. And at this time, nominations are open for the office of the board president. Before proceeding with nominations, I'd like our clerk to please describe the rules around making nominations.
Thank you, Mr. President. The method of making nominations shall include the following. A member may nominate themselves. A second for a nomination is welcome but not required. Acceptance and withdraw. Members do not have to accept the nomination and can withdraw their names without a second at any time. Nominees may stay in the chamber. They may vote for themselves. Members may nominate one person, and as there is only one seat to fill, nominations may be reopened. Members may withdraw their name or the name that they've nominated and may nominate another supervisor. Nominations can be reopened. It may be done by a majority vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, colleagues, with that, unless there are any questions, we will now proceed with the making of nominations for the office of President of the Board of Supervisors for the term ending January 8th, 2015. I will call on supervisors as I see their names on the roster. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Chu. Colleagues, tonight I would like to put forward the nomination of Supervisor Katie Tang to be our interim board president. I believe Supervisor Tang has done a great job representing District 4 in our city at the Board of Supervisors since originally being appointed by Mayor Lee and now standing for her own election, I believe, 2 times in District 4. Supervisor Tang has a great background here in City Hall in terms of serving in the Mayor's Budget Office, serving as an aide for Supervisor then Carmen Chu in District 4, and now as a District 4 representative. I believe Supervisor Tang has been a collegial member of this board. I think will serve us well during this interim period and lead us and shepherd us through into January. So I'm going to make the motion for Supervisor Katie Tang as our interim board president, and as a corollary to that motion, I understand I need to include within that motion that Supervisor Tang first sit as a chairman of our board at the December 9th board meeting.
Supervisor Farrell has nominated Supervisor Tang for the office of board president to sit for the first time on December the 9th. Let me ask if there are any other nominations. Are there any other nominations? Okay, there being no further nominations, the nominations are closed. Madam Clerk, could you please call the next item?
The next item is the election for the president of the board. Members will now proceed with the election for the office of President of the Board of Supervisors to become effective at the swearing in for the State Assembly for the current board president.
And Madam Clerk, could you please describe the rules of this election?
There are no abstentions or passes. All supervisors must vote when a question is posed. The lowest vote getter is not obligated to withdraw their name and will be included on subsequent ballots unless the nominee chooses to withdraw their own name. At any time, a nominee may withdraw their own name. The board can adopt a motion to reopen nominations with a majority vote, as the president stated. In the event that no nominee receives a majority vote, there shall be an additional roll call until a nominee receives a majority vote. The names of the supervisors who have been nominated for the election to the office of board president is Supervisor Tang. So when your name is called, please indicate your preference from among the nominees stated. In this case, there's only one. Again, if no supervisors received a majority of the votes, we'll proceed to the next round until a nominee withdraws or as there is another motion to reopen the nominations.
Colleagues, unless there's any further discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Supervisor Kim? Kim for Tang. Is that correct? Kim for Tang? Okay. Supervisor Marr? Marr absent. Supervisor Tang?
Yes, Tang for Tang.
Tang for Tang. Supervisor Wiener?
Tang.
Wiener Tang. Supervisor Yee?
Tang.
Yee for Tang. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos not present. Supervisor Breed?
Tang.
Breed for Tang. Supervisor Chu.
Supervisor Tang.
Chu for Tang. Supervisor Cohen.
Katie Tang.
Cohen for Tang. Supervisor Farrell.
Supervisor Tang.
Farrell for Tang. There are 8 ayes.
Congratulations, Supervisor Tang.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank all of my colleagues who are voting in support of this. It's unfortunate given the conversation and dialogue that we had, but really my priority for these next 2 meetings as interim president is really just to make sure that we have a smooth transition. So knowing that we do have another vote coming up in January, I'm going to keep my comments short, but actually want to take this opportunity to acknowledge President David Chu, really thank him for his service as our board president for 3 terms. I think he has done a fantastic job in being a very balanced board president and leader for San Francisco. So I really want to appreciate him. Offer him my best, if he can hear me, in his new role as State Assembly member. And we, of course, all look forward to working with you and having a really great relationship with you in Sacramento. So again, I want to thank the board members. But again, there will be another vote in January, so we look forward to that.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. I just want to make a couple of final comments. First of all, I want to clarify that Supervisor Tang will be assuming the position of board presidency when I vacate that position, which will be at 11:59 a.m. on Monday, December the 1st. Colleagues, I want to thank you for what I know was a difficult discussion. These decisions are never easy, but I want to thank you for the conversation, and I certainly want to concur with the comments of Supervisor Farrell. I think we all hold Supervisor Tang in the highest esteem. We know her to be someone who is fair, who is balanced, and someone who has worked well with all of us. And I know we all look forward to our work with her during this interim time period. So with that, Madam Clerk, are there any in memoriams?
Yes, Mr. President. Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Wiener, for the late Mr. Danny Williams and Mr. Robin Reichert. On behalf of Supervisor Yee, for the late Miss Paula Minkus. And on behalf of Supervisor Breed, for the late Senior Master Sergeant William Cluster Bill Yancey.
And Madam Clerk, is there any more business in front of the Board of Supervisors?
That concludes our business for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned for today.